Good evening and welcome to the September 24th Board of Trustees agenda meeting. I would like to call the meeting to order. It is 6:03. Clerk Burlow, would you please confirm the presence of a quorum?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor Shepro?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Ubrinsky?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Franco?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Hill?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Here.
Thank you. With that, Mayor, we have a quorum. We have Attorney Moran and Treasurer Gafka present as well.
Thank you. And now I'd like everyone to stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Clerk Burlow. Looks like we have some announcements for tonight.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The first is that the school district working group will meet in Village Hall at 6:30 p.m. on September 25th. Port Jeff High School Cheer Varsity will host a car wash fundraiser in the parking lot at Village Hall from 10 a.m. through 1 p.m. on September 28th. The Tree Committee is hosting a walk throughout the village on the 4th of October. The Public Safety Advisory Council will meet in Village Hall at 7 p.m. on October 6th. The next meeting of our Board of Trustees is a work session meeting. That is scheduled for 5 o'clock p.m. on the 8th of October. The village offices will be closed on the 13th of October in honor of Columbus Day. The annual Harvest Fest celebration will take place on the 18th and 19th of October. And finally, the Conservancy Casino Royale fundraiser is scheduled for the 13th of November.
Thank you. I think there's a fun run this weekend too, which
Yes, Mayor.
I will announce that there's a Royal Educational Foundation fun run on Saturday morning, 27th?
Saturday, yes.
Okay, very good. That takes place, that starts off at the Village Center and concludes at the high school. And it is homecoming weekend this weekend, right? There's a homecoming football game this weekend. Okay. I don't know how I knew that, but I did. Okay, so we have a public safety and welfare update. Officer G. Knipp and Kevin Cooper, Supervisor.
Sorry. Good evening. Officer Buchanan, 6th Precinct with Community Relations. I'm just going to go over some of the 911 stats for the past month, August 27th through September 19th. And we're going to compare it to the same time period last year. Total calls for service, looks like there are 274, which is pretty close to what we had last year over that time frame, 268. And as far as criminal incident breakdown for those specific calls, there were, out of the 274, 16 of them were criminal in nature, compared to 26 last year. So breaking down those categories, looks like there were 0 aggravated harassments, there were 0 assaults to report, 0 burglaries. Criminal mischief, which is destruction of property, 1, up from 0. That was X-cleared, meaning that no charges were pressed. Harassment, there was 1 harassment reported, down from 6. And that case is still pending, it's being investigated. Larcenies, there were 3 larcenies, up slightly from 2. 2 of those cases are being actively investigated, and 1 of them is closed, meaning that no charges were pressed. 0 robberies, and total all other criminal categories, 11 compared to 16 last year, so it's down slightly. Non-criminal incidents, there were 71. I'm sorry, disregard that. There were 258 non-criminal incidents, up from 242 last year. 71 of those, 80 cases, we respond with the fire department for medical calls for service. So 71, up from 66 last year. Overdose cases, overdose calls, 0, down from 1 last year. The only other number out of those 258 that really is glaring, that jumps off the page here, to me it's a larger number, is just for disturbances, which is a general call that we receive. Could be a noise complaint, could be anything, run of the mill, anything, people congregating somewhere, something of that nature. 70, up from 55. And I know, again, these numbers are for September, just to address, the issue with people congregating and the kids with the cars, right, over by the frigate, and Tommy's back there. There was an arrest made probably about a week ago involving 2 of those individuals, and their cars were seized. So hopefully that'll, that looks like that number, like I said, is slightly high, but it looks like some of those calls could be involved with that. So that's what could have been part of that uptick. We'll see next month. But motor vehicle accidents, there were 9, down from 13, which is good. And none of those were serious in nature. So no serious physical injury, no fatals. 9 arrests resulting in 9 charges compared to 8 last year, which resulted in 11 charges. Does anyone have any questions regarding these stats, or any other questions for me? Quality of life, anything related? Be more than happy to answer for you while I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I just have a.
Avril, can you come up to the microphone? Say your name and your address.
Okay. Avril Coakley at 111 Tuttle Street. So the one thing that I've noticed a big uptick, and this might be in the disturbance category, but really since the beginning of the summer, the racing and the noise is just, it's horrible. So I don't know if is that under nuisance? Is that?
Yeah, that's something like the vehicles, and so you're saying vehicles like racing, speeding,
Yeah.
revving the motor, things like that,
Yes.
loud music.
Like till
they
2 in the morning.
And they're congregating? These are groups again, like groups of people?
I mean, I'm in my house, but
Yeah.
I can't, you can hear them racing. They go up to the train, they loop around on North Country down past Mather, St. Charles, they come barreling down
Okay,
East Broadway, and then they just make the loops.
Are you
okay.
talking about cars or bikes?
Both,
I mean bicycles.
yeah, and motorcycles, like it's
Motorcycles and-
cars, these minors on the electric bikes, they're swarming around motorists, they're
Mhm.
intimidating them, they're cursing at them, it's like bad behavior.
Yeah, that's something that we are aware of, we're actively dealing with, and we do understand, like, we're receiving a lot, we receive these complaints in our office as well, from the community. So something that I would urge you to call 911 when that's happening, especially if they're actively like harassing, or
Right.
if they're confrontational, right? Don't hesitate to call 911, because we need to respond out, we need to be able to, respond out and see if we can meet up with
Right,
these
so,
kids, or see if we can
the
interview
ones
these.
that I've witnessed during the day,
Right,
they just go on both sides of the vehicle, like coming up Main Street. And
in the
they'll just,
road.
on the road, like both the cars trying to drive, and they're just like tapping on their windows, they're
Yeah, absolutely.
they're
That's-
Talking
texting.
about bicyclists or other car drivers?
No,
Ma'am,
bicycles.
It's her time to make public comment. If you would like to make public comment after her,
Clarity, it's just
Well,
clarity.
you
No,
can
the
seek that
bikes,
clarity when it's
like-
your turn.
Minors, I'm assuming they're minors, they look like minors. But
Yeah,
they're
in a lot of
big
cases they
groups,
are,
and
yeah.
they're on electric scooters, electric bikes, regular bikes. They're doing they do these big groups of wheelies, and then they harass people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, in our experience, a lot of times it is minors. So we're dealing with people, under the age of 18.
Right.
And unfortunately, we are limited in the action that we can take because they're
Right,
minors.
so that's why
And-
it didn't dawn on me that
Right.
that's like a 911 call, because I'm thinking it's not.
Yeah,
I mean-
yeah, but if it's confrontational, if it's coming to the point where people don't feel safe, obviously you should call, you should 100% call. There's no reason that you would, you shouldn't, because we need to respond, and we need to, either interview these kids or see if we can get on scene, and we can find these kids and talk to them, figure out where they're from, where they live, what the deal is with that too.
Okay,
Because, all right.
thank you.
And you said you were at Tuttle? 111?
Yes. So I mean, I just can hear it, but it's disturbing. You can't leave your windows open at night. You can't sleep.
Evening hours especially?
Until 2 a.m.
Oh, like overnight?
It's
Okay.
through the, it doesn't stop.
Admiral, just to support your position, I actually drove home 2 nights. I had to call Kevin twice because of the e-bikes doing exactly what you're saying, riding up to pedestrians, people in cars, screaming, tapping on the windows.
Yep.
I actually called Kevin twice. I'm like, we have to get somebody over here because they were up Main Street and it was the night of the PTSD event. They were ridiculous. In the
Yeah,
middle of
it's
the street.
ridiculous.
Yeah, but you were absolutely correct in how you were.
I mean, they keep people from crossing the street safely, like, it's bad.
So the problem is
Just
this.
to clarify, the right thing to do in that circumstance is call 911.
Yeah, if they're being confrontational and if they're like coming up to you, they're up in your car, they're being confrontational with you, 100%.
Yeah, Kevin did mention that, so in the
Because,
future, I'll make sure that I call 911.
yes,
And
absolutely.
my immediate response was to try and, I said, oh, maybe we have some code people in the area to try to.
Yeah, anything to help, that usually diffuses the situation, obviously, when we get there, but it's just a myriad of things that we're facing with that issue alone. The fact that these aren't necessarily considered vehicles for the purposes of the vehicle and traffic law, so there's limited things you can do
Right.
enforcement-wise, yet they do like 40 miles an hour.
Yes.
So we're trying to look into all of these things and kind of catch up with the technology, so to speak, because there's only so much you can do with that. And also the separate fact that these individuals are, in most cases, minors.
Right.
So the law also dictates that, being that it's a violation, there's not much that we can do in that arena, being that they're under 18 years old.
Right.
So it's really fluid in that we have to see what we have when we're on scene. So that's why I'm going to suggest, if that confrontation is happening, you should definitely call 911.
Okay, thank you.
Can't you charge the parents?
What was that?
Can't you charge the parents of these kids?
There's situations where we would prefer to speak to the parents. It depends. It depends what's going on. It depends what they're doing. I don't know. Who was that? Where were you at? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it depends on what the situation is, really. I can't really do a hypothetical. It's something that we would have to see. These are all fluid. They're all different situations. Are they just yelling Are they yelling things? Are they damaging property? Because it becomes a different situation if there's property damage. If they're damaging your vehicle, it starts to get to the point where we can take other types of action, and parents can be held liable for things like that.
Can you use video to help enforce or prosecute situations like that?
I mean, we would suggest if you do have video, obviously save that, and if you're calling 911, show it to the officer that's responding, because again, it does depend on the situation. If there was something more, if there was something criminal, then we could kind of look into it and see, depending on what that is,
If you have a question, please come to the front microphone and state your name and your address.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Ashley Manfredi. I live at 30 Chandler Square, apartment 17, in Fort Jefferson. I just want to bring up the point that I did call the police some of the nights with the street racing, and nobody comes. Suffolk County doesn't come. I have a video, so if anyone would like to share it, I don't know if I could share it with you. But I did go to the 6th precinct, and they said that I'm not able to share the video because unless it's caught in the act by the police, they can't do anything with it. So I'm just curious to know, what does the board plan to do to protect us? I'm being harassed from the street, from my, to my window. I don't feel safe walking at night anymore. I used to, not anymore in this town. Just curious to know what your response is.
So in any case, whenever a 911 call is generated and it's dispatched, an officer has to respond. We do respond.
But they didn't.
We have to.
But they didn't.
They didn't. Did you just how though? I don't understand. You didn't see them respond? Or?
I called
Okay.
and nobody came.
And you called during the day or in the evening or?
I called at night when this was
Okay.
happening. It
Okay,
was, August 25th, 10 o'clock p.m.
okay, 10 p.m.?
Yeah.
And you didn't see anybody respond?
Nobody came.
Okay. Yeah, because when a 911 call is generated, when dispatch takes it in and it's sent to an officer, that officer has to respond. There's never a situation where we're dispatched a 911 call that we don't respond to. The only calls that they can cancel are like alarm calls when the homeowner cancels that. So
There used to be a nice presence in this town with, village, I don't know if you call them safety officers or village police officers, but I just don't understand why there's not more of them. Similar to towns like Amityville, where the cops have a little bit more of a power. I understand that maybe in the past, somebody's pistol was left in a bathroom somewhere and they were turned into meter maids or something like that.
So I can't speak to the village per se, but as far as the county is concerned,
Yeah.
we do also put an extra unit down in the village. It's usually right after Memorial Day, so it's like almost like a peak season, if you call it that, from like Memorial Day into Labor Day and beyond even. They've extended it in recent years. It's called a whiskey unit, okay? And we place extra officers down here to handle quality of life issues, things like that. And they were actually officers that were involved in the arrest of these individuals that were driving recklessly and they impounded their vehicle. So they're here in addition to the sectors that patrol this area. So it's added enforcement that normally wouldn't be there. It's extra manpower that wouldn't be there the rest of the year. You always have your sector vehicles, the sector cars that respond to 911 calls in these areas. But the whiskey unit, as long as I've been in the precinct and even before, it's something that they've done every summer. So that's something that's done additionally, especially in those times of year because of the influx of people out and out and about.
This summer, I really haven't seen too much Suffolk County Police in this area. There used to be traffic stops in and out of the village.
Yeah.
That was nice. It stopped a lot of drunk driving. With these groups that are gathering, there's a lot of drunk drivers. It's scary. It's to the point where I've made a conscious decision to move out of this village at this point. Yeah. It doesn't feel safe being a single woman, being by myself anymore. So I just wanted to voice my opinion, let you guys know. If you'd like for me to share the video with you, you have a tie with the Suffolk County Police Department, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I am Suffolk County Police Officer.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
So,
6th Precinct.
so I went there today. They told me that they arrested a Crown Victoria, a white one.
Yes.
I have video footage with a license plate of the champagne colored vehicle that was doing donuts outside my front window.
Okay.
Okay?
So you're saying this is a separate vehicle besides another
I've seen
vehicle?
the two vehicles. The
Yeah.
white Crown Vic has a spotlight on the side of it
Yeah,
still, and the other one does not. So
I mean, from what I understand, like, I'm aware that these arrests were made. Again, that's not my unit, but from what I understand, I believe there were 2 vehicles. I don't have that information in front of me right now.
there's
But
a lot of
there were
vehicles
2
causing a
vehicles
lot of
involved.
mayhem. There's
Right.
trucks with train horns at night.
Right.
The village can't sleep. There's no way. I haven't slept in weeks.
Okay.
So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Rosh Hashanah.
Molly Mason, 24 Waterview Drive. This summer, and it was late June, I live at the lower end of Waterview, so if someone's going to speed down that hill from up towards Stern Drive, they're going to come down at great speed if that's their intention.
Right.
My daughter and I saw about 12 individuals, young kids, none of them wearing bike helmets. Almost all of them were electrified bikes. They were probably going 50 miles an hour across the whole street, not just on one side of it. So if someone had come around from Crystal Brook Road onto Waterview, some of those kids could have been killed, or you could have gotten the driver of the car who wasn't expecting to see a torrent of bicycles. They could have hurt that person as well, or people. I called the police right away. I watched to see if I would see the car coming up Waterview. Sure enough, I did. So I was already in my car. I followed it up to the end of Stern Drive. It's the water side. It's a dead end up there. And it's a mustard-colored house, and all these boys were already gathered around an outbuilding in the back. They were worried because I yelled at them. I said, I'm going to call the police. They're probably going to come. So that's where they hung out. And then I think they went to talk to the parents in that house. I didn't see any more activity for quite a while, but then only 2 weeks ago now, I saw him come barreling down the street again, doing exactly the same thing. And I'm wondering how this can be stopped. I'd heard that the village was further along than just conversing about this at this point. People are very aware here that children, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13, 14, are driving these vehicles. They don't have any kind of license or permit to do so. I talked to Stephanie Sagroy, my insurance, the person we use for our insurance, and her husband last week. And they say it's becoming a really big issue in the United States, and that the insurance companies are getting together to see what kind of issues may be going on in property holders, if they're gonna have an umbrella policy, if they're gonna have to cover motorized bicycles that are being driven violently like this in case they cause a horrific accident. Are you aware that there was an accident fairly recently in New York City where someone was killed? And the fine against the family was $4 million. And it was a kid that was under 18 years old that had, violently run into somebody on a Manhattan street. So this is not small change that's being talked about here. And I've been exposed to this as well, just driving, like the last lady said. People come up to the side of your car and they start, yelling at you just randomly. I don't want to have to discipline those kids. That's not my burden. It's the family's burden. If they care about their children, they shouldn't want them to behave like this. Also, where are they getting the money to buy these bikes that can cost maybe up to $1,000 or $1,500 or $1,800 a piece?
Yeah, and in most cases, the parents are buying them for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they're 100% a safety issue. I couldn't agree with you more on
Yeah, and
that.
so someone
They
else
are.
in my neighborhood also went up to a garage door that was open with a bunch of these kids in it, and a father was there, and this person said, why are you letting your kids drive around like zombies in this neighborhood? It's just not safe, and it's very deleterious to the quality of life here, and they could die.
Absolutely.
It's not just another person that could be injured, it's your own child that could be killed.
Absolutely. It creates it creates a major safety issue to both ends of that, and I agree with you there. The behavior I see as one thing, the behavior, the willingness to be confrontational with adults and to do other things, right? And then the issue of the vehicle itself. It's like we're kind of dealing with two things compounded here at once that we're really trying to handle there. But as far as the vehicles themselves are concerned, it's something that we're looking into. We're trying to figure out if it.
I think you should look up other municipalities that have had this issue and have had lawsuits already, and how they're dealing with these, deaths. It's murder, really, if you're getting to a point like that. And I also think it's a real laziness or just a lack of consideration on the part of the parents or the guardians of these kids to be behaving like this. And it's just gotten really bad this year. And these are like a new fad. I don't think there were many of these around 5 years ago.
Yeah, it is. It's relatively new in the past few years.
I think you better work harder on this, because I was coming here tonight expecting that you have resolutions that had already been made to find these people in great offense of village law. And you're going to change village laws to address this really very dastardly conduct on our streets. They'll probably quiet down now due to school.
It usually does, yes.
And going into the winter time.
It does.
But it's just got to be stopped. So look at other communities that have already solved the problem, maybe.
Any other questions?
Thank you, officer.
I just want to, before you go, I do want to say, just thank you for extending the whiskey unit through September. I know it wasn't your decision specifically, but that was at the inspector's level.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I just want to convey, our appreciation for that. And then also getting the street takeover task force involved also and making those progress. And I do want to remind folks, the village, we work with Suffolk County Police. We don't oversee them, manage them, or control them in any way. We also have, the 6th precinct is the largest precinct in the county, and on this journey I've learned a number of things. That was one of the facts that I've learned about the 6th precinct. I also learned that we have the most number of incident calls, but we don't have the most number of patrol cars in our precinct. So that is unfortunately something that's just out of the hands of village government, but certainly I think going to be part of the conversation as we continue to work with Suffolk PD and the county to help resolve these issues.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Can I just say a quick word?
No, go ahead.
305 Myrtle Avenue. First-hand experience 2 Sundays ago. I was Sunday morning in front of the Gap, Arden and the Gap, and there was a bunch of these bikers coming down. And they were coming down quick. Long story short, one of the guys lost control, ended up sliding under a pickup truck where the bike got wedged. And he got up, he was all right. But, I mean, it was so dangerous. If that was a crowded street at that time, somebody would have gotten hurt. Why don't you limit, or get some kind of an enforcement that they only can have 2 or 3 guys together on a bike, and no more than that. If they are, you have the right to pull them over. And then just break the group up and do it that way.
Right, that would be a thing that the county PD would have to address and go to the either the state or the county legislator and come up with a law, creating that. That's not a law we could do or pull them over. Code cannot pull anybody over, or grab a kid off a bike. So yeah,
So you
but that's
decide.
unfortunately that we've seen a couple. I had one kid come down East Broadway beginning of August, and he didn't have a shirt on, and he wiped out, and he had road rash on his back from up and down. So,
Thank you.
Supervisor Cooper.
all right, thanks for having me again. Code report for the month September and August into September. We received 17 online complaints. They were all anonymous. Just run them down real quick. 3 were for barking dogs, 1 was residential noise. We had 5 online complaints for noise and disorderly persons in the parking lots. I'll stop and just address that. I have increased my manpower and personnel in the lots. I have also extended my hours to 2 a.m. most nights when I have the personnel to come in. They are, after they finish their lockups and other duties early in the night, you will see them fixed now, primarily in the Gap lot, till the end of their tours for a presence, and they are actively moving anybody that congregates for any longer than 5 or 10 minutes. They are moving them along. So, and since the precinct made the arrest, I have seen a big change in their attitude and their conduct. So I'm hoping for combined efforts with us, the board, and the county, I think it'll work, and I think hopefully the problem will subside. But we'll keep on top of it. I won't change my coverage or my manpower. You'll see tonight on the resolutions, hiring 3 more people. I hired them specifically just to work weekend nights, so I have more coverage late nights. So we had 5 calls for illegal parking in the residential area in the streets. 1 call for a foul odor in the lower village. 1 complaint of, we had 1 online complaint for, it was illegal activity, but it was outside our boundaries. It was in Port Jeff Station. And 1 call for a person doing construction on his house on a Sunday. Code investigations for the month. I have 2 residential property complaints that people voluntarily complied. Their property was a mess. They had bushes, trees growing over the corner, affecting people making turns, stopping at a stop sign. They cleared their brush and trees back. 1 commercial property maintenance where they were dumping garbage in the back of their building. I had 2 calls for West Beach disorderly conduct. The one call, I have a resident that lives above East Main Street, and they're having a problem. Their garbage pickups coming like 3 a.m. So I'm working with the carting company and have them come a little later in the morning so they're not awoken by the garbage pickup. And I had one call for an RV park on the street that we took care of. Calls coming into the code phone. We had draining of a pool into the street. That's illegal as per the village code. You cannot drain your pools into the streets. Hopefully the next day or so, the village is going to put out on a social media post just alerting people that, it's the time of year people draining their pools. You cannot do that. You have to keep the drainage on your property, or if you have a dry well, please drain it into the dry well, okay? We had 2 accidents come in on the code phone. One call for an inoperable parking meter, noise, residential noise, a party, 1 call for a speeding vehicle, and 1 call for a dead deer on the road. As far as parking enforcement, as of today, we've issued 907 parking tickets. Last year, for the entire month, code issued 439 tickets, so we're way ahead of what we did last year. We issued 1 field appearance ticket for people fishing on the rocks at East Beach. We're trying to address that condition every weekend early. Getting my guys out there, my guys and girls out there to address non-residents coming to fish off the rocks off of East Beach. September events that we covered, the Dragon Boat Race went well, and the homecoming parade we had the other day. This month coming up, we have the Family Fun Run, September 27th at 8 a.m. And we have October 11th, we have a Witches' Day Out and a Witches' Night Out bar crawl happening that we'll be monitoring and keep an eye. So that's it. I'm going to go to one meeting. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor. Okay, we now are heading into our public to address the Board of Trustees section of the meeting. Front row. Oh, that's me.
Barbara Sabatino, 2 Westview Avenue. Within the past 2 months, I had 2 separate people approach me and tell me that they had made calls to the building department, had to leave a message, and nobody ever returned a phone call. And I found that interesting because the month before that, I had called the building department and never got a response. So when I saw Cindy Suarez, I said, "Did you ever get my message?" And she goes, "No." And she explained to me that calls that were going to the building department, 473, 4744, were not being redirected down to building in the village hall. And that there's like a glitch in the phone system where it's just not getting here. So I advised the 2 people call the village hall, 4724, and they'll redirect the phone call. But I was thinking of all the people that were attempting phone calls using the old number, which everybody knows, or I should say, when you look it up, that's the number that you're referred to, and not getting returned phone calls and thinking that the department's not doing their job when they're just not getting the phone calls. And then the other thing was, I was up here the other day, and I know that almost everybody's moved over here to the building, from the building department to the back here. So I asked one of the kids, can I take a look? And I went in, and there's this lone landline sitting on the desk. And I said, "Oh, who sits here?" And he said, "Well, no, that's the telephone for the whole department." And I'm thinking, nah, this can't be. But it turns out it's this one older than my phone, and I have a rotary phone. This old landline phone that is servicing everybody in the department, unless they're using a cell phone. So I'm just thinking that that's something that really should be expedited. Just the fact that people would be calling the department and not getting a response, and it's not the department's fault. It's the phones aren't the way that they should be. Okay, so that's one. The other one is I'm listening to everybody about motorized bicycles. And for we older people, when
Look at me when you say that.
you are younger than me, so there you go. About 10 years ago, we had these same problems with non-motorized bikes, where the kids will be pedaling and then cut in front of the cars on Main Street and, you know, all that. And I recall that Wally Tomaszewski, who was code enforcement head at the time, there was a code put on the books that they could confiscate those non-motorized bikes. So I wonder, is it still on the books? And can that be expanded to motorized bikes?
There'll be an add-on resolution this evening to add motorized bikes and scooters or e-bikes as you refer them. That public hearing will happen next month. The impounding section is also still in the code, and we are adding additional penalties to that section of Chapter 181 to add a monetary fine as well as the ability to impound. So the village board has directed those changes to happen. We have other changes to Section 181 that are subject to a public hearing this evening, increasing the fines for loitering and failure to follow lawful orders of our code enforcement or the police on our village properties, with fines starting at $500 up to $5,000. So if you get caught, it's not a $0 fine. It'll be a law that it's at least $500. We're doing similar things with which we'll announce throughout the meeting this evening, to the section of 181 that addresses bikes as well. Adding, as someone stated earlier, these newfangled devices that didn't exist when the code was written.
Wonderful, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good evening. David Knopf, 7 Soundview Drive, Port Jefferson, and Chair of the Citizens Commission on Erosion. I had a couple questions on some of the resolutions that are up for consideration this evening, and I'd like to bring them up one by one. There's a few of them. Resolution 6 is for surveying work done to the west of the building, as I understand it, according to the description. It was our understanding in the commission that surveying was to be done as part of the GEI study, and that this would seem to be
Somebody's leaning up against the light.
Someone leaned on the light.
Thank you.
I'll wake you up. It's something that I said.
We're the attorney.
So the question is, do we need a separate survey, or was that not part of the GEI survey? I thought that, in the way it was presented to us at the commission meetings, was that that was part of a previous survey done by GEI. So that's with respect to Resolution 6. Resolution 7 is to contract with GEI going forward for 3 years to do continual monitoring studies of the bluff. They've been doing the plans for the bluff, and they have done the last 2 years' annual report. With respect to the most recent year's annual report, we had submitted questions, the commission had submitted questions at least a month ago with respect to some of the data and information in that report where we felt it wasn't complete or there were some inaccuracies within that report. I just want to bring that forward and have that be part of the consideration with contracting with GEI to have them be more timely with getting the information that's been requested. The request for information we submitted was probably 6 weeks ago. Resolution 8 has to do with the restoration and planting on the bluff and having a contractor, Terry Contracting, do the work. The concern that we had as a commission was, have we identified the cause for the erosion and the gullies to occur to begin with? And if we go ahead and spend this money on bluff restoration, will the conditions that caused the erosion that occurred before occur again? Because there's no plan concurrent with this of doing drainage at the top of the hill, which most acknowledge may have been a causative factor in the erosion and gully formation. Just wondering if that has been considered as part of this, and will that drainage be done before extra funds are spent on doing work that may wash out again if we don't know what caused that problem to begin with. And with respect again to Terry's contracting outline in the package that was submitted, it doesn't make any comment about doing any repairs to the core logs that are displaced now, that are lying in various places at the toe of the bluff. Only references removal of damaged terracing. Doesn't say anything about fixing the terracing. Doesn't say anything, and it specifically says there will be no site grading or fill work. So I guess the question is, what are we getting for that money? Is it just plants? And have we evaluated what caused the problems there to begin with well enough to go ahead and do the plantings? And shouldn't we be replacing the damaged terracing as part of the permit that gave us the ability to go forward? And if you just are taking them out, it seems to me we're going to be kind of damaging the property again. Now, yes, there's been plants that have grown up over where the various pieces of wood are sticking out all over the place. But question is, how well have the engineers looked at this and advised us in going forward? So my questions for your resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Oh, yes.
Good evening. Barbara Ransom, 409 East Broadway. Approximately 16 months ago, a committee was established to review short-term rentals and also the bed and breakfast current code that we have in the village. That committee met for a number of months. Those recommendations were made. I believe it was sent to the attorney, not sure, but I believe that was there. I'm just trying to find out what the status is on that and when will there be a public hearing. We've been very patient and obviously I'm vested. So I'm just trying to find out where we're at.
I have a draft to be presented to the village board at the next work session.
Thank you.
Any other comments tonight? Okay, seeing none, we can move into our trustee comment section of the meeting. Let's start, Mr. Franco, with you, Trustee Franco.
Good evening. David, I do agree with several of the comments because Resolution 8, my first question when I read it was, where's the engineering on this? Like, where's the designs for this? I mean, I saw that we have a resolution there to work on this project, but there's been no designs. Was this presented to the erosion committee, this project, for you guys to review?
We have not seen this proposal.
Okay.
This is my first meeting of it.
And then I also received an email from you, David, that, which is concerning because this has been going on for long before I was a trustee here. That the erosion committee has been asking for documents and they have not been provided to the mayor. And I would hope and implore that you would, I'm sure you received the same email that I had, that we provide the erosion committee the adequate tools and information they need to do their work. So if there's a way that we can resolve that problem and get this information to them, I think that is imperative. But that is an amazing committee of talented people, and I think they should be if we have information that they're requesting to help them do their jobs, we should provide it to them. So that's it. But David, thank you for all your help and what you've been doing for the village.
Trustee Brinsky, Deputy Mayor.
Hi, good evening. So a lot of work has been gone into the analysis of the new golf course rates. You may recall that I've been made the liaison after Stan Laux. And so I've been working closely with both the head pro, the assistant pro, and the superintendent of grounds in terms of what they need for next year's budget. I think I mentioned that in our working session earlier this month. But we have a draft version of the membership rates for next year. Those have been distributed to the Country Club Management Advisory Committee as well as the Board of Governors, and we discussed those earlier on Monday with the Board of Governors. So we have some action items that are coming out of that. There's still a review, in-person review necessary for the CCMAC to go through those, and we are looking to have those rates finalized, if not by our working session in October, the actual one after that. And at that point, we'll be ready to publish rates and policies, etc. And as far as the Budget and Finance Committee, we're meeting tomorrow evening. That would be at 6:30 here at Village Hall. The agenda is still being worked up, but just that was not on the announcements, so I want to make sure that gets out there as well. And that concludes my remarks.
Okay, just real quick, I have a couple of comments to the comments that were made here. I hope Ms. Manfredi doesn't move, since we did arrest those people who were doing donuts in the street. I'm sure she's a great person to have in our village, and respect her comments, but we have done a lot of work in between that date, August 28th, and today, including getting the 2 arrests. And Trustee Hill had gone to the community meeting with the 6th precinct and had opportunity to speak with the inspector of the 6th precinct, who then, and with that and with the work that Supervisor Cooper has been doing with our COPE assignment officers and the discussions that I've been having with Inspector Mamet, who is the 6th precinct CO. They did assign the street takeover task force to have a presence in the village, which did result in several arrests. So, and they do use video to identify the bad guys and to address the license plates that are used for these street takeover romps. And I did see on Facebook that people are starting to dislike Port Jefferson because it's very boring now. And there's too many cops here. So this is all good. And it's not good where it started, but it's good where it's going. Where it's going is going in the right direction. And I appreciate our Public Safety Commissioner and all the efforts of this Board of Trustees who have been jointly working to address this, in addition with our clerk and our village attorney, as we go into our second public hearing tonight to address Code 181-6 and -7 on the disorderly conduct code. So looking forward to that. Barbara, you're right, our phone systems have been glitchy because of the move, and we've been trying. You telling us that there's one phone in the office and us not knowing that from the folks in the office it's an interesting way about it, but that's okay. I'm sure that our clerk and our technology person and Verizon will work hard on this in the coming days to try and resolve it. I don't think it's an easy solution for some reason. I think if it was, it would have been handled by now, but bringing it up in a public meeting certainly does get some attention. David Knopf, thank you, Chairperson of the Citizens Commission on Erosion, for coming here and bringing your questions and concerns from the commission. I have a different recollection of what's been going on, in that Trustee Giuliano and I come to your meetings regularly and update you, and I did provide recently, and I also provided this entire Board of Trustees with a document from our engineer of record for the erosion project, which constituted a plan for revegetating and adding vegetation and addressing the erosion issues on the face of the bluff where erosion issues occurred. We had included plant species and the other activities that would have to take place. We went out and we got a quote from Terry Contracting, who did the original work, and we're negotiating through that right now. We weren't really satisfied with the numbers that they gave us this week, so we were going to vote on it tonight, and we are tabling it because the numbers didn't comport with our budget. So I'm not clear on why, Mr. Franco, you think we're not responding to the Erosion Commission when we are. And we responded with the same information that we provided to this Board of Trustees on a plan to revegetate and rework it. And I did get emails from the Erosion Commission, and Trustee Giuliano, you were copied on those, that appreciated, thanked us and appreciated our efforts in getting as many answers to the questions that the Erosion Commission had responded to from our engineering firm, GEI, and then which was also supplemented by responses that were provided by our consulting engineer, Hayduck Engineering. So our engineers are working on this. It behooves us to wait for the entire study and plan before taking small steps and then taking a big step. What it seems more efficient way to manage our consultants who charge us by the hour is to take one big step when we have all the answers that we need, and we're waiting for the same answers that you are waiting for. So we appreciate your questions. When we have those answers, we will provide them. There is a drainage study and a drainage plan coming our way. Right, the last meeting we had, it was 40% done, not ready for prime time. So didn't behoove anyone to step into that without a real comprehensive understanding of what work needed to be done and what work was done. So it's coming, just have to be as patient as we are. We're not patient either. So appreciate you, but
we'd be happy to comment on whatever there is, whatever stage it's at, to try to facilitate it being done to the best ability.
I appreciate that too. We're trying to be as efficient and effective as possible with the amount of time that we have to go. And those are my updates, my responses to the comments that were made tonight. So, Molly, just thank you for your observations. As our attorney did say, we are looking at the section of the code that addresses bicycles to add e-bikes, et cetera, that will take place in a public hearing next month, but we'll notice it tonight.
Mayor, may I add something on the topic of e-bikes? New York State is right now trying to figure out what the different types of e-bikes are and how they should be regulated. So up until very recently, if you wanted to buy an e-bike, it was speed governed at 28 miles per hour. Unfortunately, now the market's been flooded with e-bikes that can do 40 to 50 miles per hour. So the Department of Motor Vehicles and New York State is now looking at a way to define those. Usually over 750 watts becomes a motor vehicle, which requires a license, registration, and inspections annually. So these things are being looked at the state legislature level. And, you know, the challenge that Suffolk County Police have with enforcing it is that those things have not yet been defined for them. So once those rules are set in place, they'll have some pretty strict marching orders on what they can and can't do in terms of governing those and requiring, you know, that you're of age with a license to have anything that does more than 28 miles per hour or has more than 750 watts in the battery. So just sort of a little update on some research that
I think our state legislators are looking at that. Trustee Juliana?
I really don't have much to add to what the mayor and the has already said. David, just want to say, you know, thank you for all the work you do on the commission, and you know, we're going to be looking at all those questions that you raised, and we'll get answers to you. And then effort of brevity, because I think most of the people here for our two public hearings, more so for the first one. That's what comments I have.
Okay. Trustee Young?
Not for me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, handing it off to our clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, as we know, we have two public hearings this evening. Public hearing number 1 is a public hearing regarding Chapter 181, which is peace and good order. So with that, if I may please have a resolution to open the public hearing regarding a proposed local law, amending Chapter 181, peace and good order, Article 2, disorderly conduct, Section 6, disorderly acts enumerated, and Chapter 181, peace and good order, Article 2, disorderly conduct, Section 7, penalties for offenses of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson for both first and second offenses of this chapter. May I have a motion to open the hearing, please?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing's now open. All right. Attorney Moran.
Mayor, at the request of the village board, prior to the last meeting, the village was flooded with complaints referencing groups of people, which I guess for lack of a better term, loitering in multiple parking lots throughout the village, including the town of Brookhaven parking lot that services the town of Brookhaven Marina across the street. Through a coordinated effort with the town of Brookhaven, the Suffolk County Police, and this village, we took a deep delve into the code to see where we might be able to strengthen to make the Suffolk County Police job a little easier and add some strength to our code. On pretty much on the fly a day before the board meeting based on a series of complaints. So what we came about is a additions to the code to very specifically call out village properties where both our code and the Suffolk County Police could enforce that disorderly conduct statute, and in turn, when enforced, adding a statutory minimum if fined and if found guilty of $500 up to $5,000, where it was 0 to 1,000 before that. So that is the crux of this code amendment. As I stated earlier, while doing this, as the imprudent operation of a bicycle is also in section 181. At the mayor's request, I went in and tweaked those sections as well, but as they weren't properly advertised for this public hearing, we'll proceed with this and then add those sections and those strengthenings of our code to further combat the e-bikes and other things that are an issue. And that'll be subject to a public hearing, which will be set at the conclusion of this public hearing. So that's the crux in a nutshell, and I yield to the board.
Thank you. Should we open it up for public comment first?
Yes.
Opening up this hearing for public comment. Does anyone have a comment? Hearing none. Does this board have any comments?
Mayor, before we do that, could we have a motion of the board to close the public portion of the public hearing?
Oh. Can we have a motion to close the public portion of the public hearing?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, discussion?
Sure. The only thing thank you, Attorney Moran, for your work on this. The only thing I want to add is the Public Safety Advisory Council at our last meeting at the beginning of the month discussed this proposed change, and the group unanimously endorsed the code change.
Anyone else?
Oh, and I believe the inspector at the 6th precinct also encouraged us to take a look at this, and that was one of the things he brought up when Karen Sullivan, who was also on the Public Safety Advisory Council, when we went down to the community meeting, he brought that up, and he was very appreciative that we were doing what we can do in our lane, and I think that helped, the urgency on their side as
Because
well.
part of the code, and correct me if I'm wrong, or amplify or embellish if you like, that it means that the Suffolk County Police officers, the patrol units can enforce our code and write Suffolk County tickets on our code and enforce it here in our court where you are the prosecutor.
Correct. Part of the issue, Mayor, is the Suffolk County Police, when what is being talked of loitering and other things are very specific definitions under the penal law. And in our conversations with the Suffolk County Police in the 6th precinct in furtherance of these code amendments was giving them the ability to write our village code for similar activity with a little less of burden as strictly defined as loitering in the New York State penal law. They were very appreciative of putting this tool in their shed, and I expect that tree to bear fruit rather quickly.
Okay, so just a question, Attorney Moran. The penalties for offenses, in our code right now as it's written, the penalties for offenses all refer back to the general provisions, chapter 1, 2 in our code.
That is correct.
And for this specific, this specific article and 6 and 7, you will identify the penalties in the code itself?
Within the body of the chapter of the code, Mayor, which is more than appropriate. Most smaller village municipal codes have a general penalty section. At some point in the very near future, once we get through these code amendments, I will propose also amending the general provisions and the general fines as I believe they haven't been amended in a decade or so. So they need to come
into
current time. But for right now, this is something immediate we can do. Again, most violations, or probably more than most, refer back to the general provisions. And when these issues pop up or other issues of relevance that need to heighten enforcement and heightened penalties to serve as a deterrent, we can address them within the body of the statute as well.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions from the board? Okay. All right, next, Clerk Brewer.
Next, Mayor, we have a resolution adopting the proposed local laws attached, amending Chapter 181, Peace and Good Order, Article 2, Disorderly Conduct, Section 6, Disorderly Acts enumerated, and Chapter 181, Peace and Good Order, Article 2, Disorderly Conduct, Section 7, Penalties for Offenses of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson for both first and second offenses of this chapter. May I have that motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Mayor, we move to our public hearing number 2. May I have a motion, please? Resolution to open the public hearing regarding a petition for a change of zoning classification from professional office PO district to moderate density, residence RM district, submitted by Beechwood Port Jefferson LLC for the property located at 450 Myrtle Avenue, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777, and known as Suffolk County Tax Map numbers 0206, 01300, 0100, 00801, and 00901. May I have that motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. The hearing is now open. The hearing is now open. We have here representatives from Beechwood.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor. Mayor Shepro, members of our trustees, my name is Richard Rosenberg. I am General Counsel of the Beechwood Organization. And I'm representing Beechwood, Jefferson LLC, which is an affiliate of Beechwood. I'm here to present the petition for a change of zone from PO District to RM Moderate Residential District for 450 Maple Avenue. As part of my presentation, you're going to hear from a number of people that I just want to give you a brief introduction. We're going to bring them up and they're going to talk very briefly to you. Michael Dove is the founder and chairman of Beechwood, and he's going to talk about the plans of the building and floor plans. Jim O'Connor, the president of St. Charles, is going to come in and address the board when I introduce premises. Christine Flaherty is a senior VP of real estate for Catholic Health, and she'll make a quick statement to the board. I'm going to introduce in general, give you a little background. I know today is to hear from the public, so I'm going to call on 3 people to make quick presentations to this board. The first one is Pat Lenahan, who is a traffic engineer that did the traffic impact study that was part of the expanded environmental assessment. Kevin Walsh is a civil engineer who prepared the site plan, and he's specifically going to address for you things that we believe you're going to be major concerned about, which is the drainage, the flow of the property. Lastly, Terry Elkowitz, who is our environmental and real estate consultant, will speak to you. She prepared the expanded environmental assessment form, and she's going to speak briefly about the comprehensive plan and the prior zoning. Mayor, just want to confirm that the notices have been given to the village clerk. The postings have been done. My 3 professionals, I have their resumes that I'd like to just present for the record, and I would ask that the full environmental assessment form and the modifications that we worked with the planning director be made a part of the record so we can pretty much expedite the hearing and hit some highlights. Just to give a little background of the Beechwood organization, Beechwood is one of the largest developers on Long Island. Been in business for over 40 years, located on Long Island. 98% of our employees live on Long Island. The majority of our contractors are from Long Island. The material men and the people that we order materials from are primarily on Long Island. The reason I say this is because sometimes builders or developers bring out of state. That's not the case here. They're going to be local trades. The money's going to stay on Long Island, and just felt it was very important to bring that up to you. The majority principals of Beechwood are Michael Dove and Stephen Dove. Beechwood is currently ranked #1 in New York State by the number of closings for 2023 and 2024. And is also ranked among the largest builders in the United States. The reason we're here today is to discuss Myrtle Avenue. 450 Myrtle Avenue, I'm going to give you more specifics. St. Charles put out an RFP for the property. And I would ask at this point Jim O'Connor to just briefly address the board.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of St. Charles Hospital. So I'm Jim O'Connor. I'm the president of St. Charles and have been for the past 22 years. St. Charles Hospital has been here at its location for over 115 years and has been an integral part of the community, and I think a valued partner Port Jeff Village. And tonight, we're here to just discuss the property adjacent to the hospital and the planned use of this property. And people have been asking me, why is the hospital not developing this property for medical offices or outpatient services? And just not to give a long treatise on healthcare, but as healthcare has changed and more of healthcare is now being performed on an outpatient basis, it has freed up a lot of space within our facility. So what used to be inpatient units are now, we've developed into medical office practices. We've developed physical therapy, occupational therapy offices. 10, 15 years ago, you wouldn't have been able to do that because hospitals were full. Now, with decreasing lengths of stay, surgical patients going home within 24 hours, which is all great, and that's where technology is taking medical care. It has allowed us to free up, as I said, significant amount of property landscape within the hospital, so therefore no need to build outside. However, since Maryhaven School closed in 2021, we have struggled with keeping that property safe. And I know, Mayor, you and I have had on numerous occasions discussions around all of the problems we've had with youth in the area breaking into the buildings, looting the property. Barely a week goes by where we don't have 2 or 3 incidents, to the point where we put enunciators and other floodlights to move people quickly off the facility, off the property. However, I no longer have the resources to staff 24 hours a day security, and given healthcare finances, it doesn't appear that that's going to happen in the future either. So to that end, I am very, very concerned because we have had high school students, middle school students breaking into the buildings, up on the roof, and at some point, I'm very concerned that somebody's going to either get gravely injured or killed. So because of that, that's what keeps me up at night. The Suffolk County Police have been very helpful when we call them. They do come. However, it's only when we hear that there's people, and given the size of the property, it's very difficult for us to monitor it. And as a result, I'm asking that you consider seriously the need to transition this property into more appropriate use, which I think Beechwood provides that option. So if there's no questions for me, I'm just going to take my seat. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. My name is Christine Flaherty, Senior Vice President of Real Estate and Development and Facilities for Catholic Health of Long Island. It's wonderful to be here this evening. A few things I just want to say. First, I joined Catholic Health 3.5 years ago after traveling many hours back and forth into the city, and I was so happy to finally work and live where I've lived my entire adult life in Long Island and serve the health system across Long Island. And I was pleasantly surprised to realize that a developer who had a track record of building resilient housing in the city, Beechwood, who built Arbor by the Sea, which was one of the only new developments that survived Sandy and was seen as a beacon because of its ability to deal with Superstorm Sandy. And I was part of the resiliency work of the city. It was nice to see that they had identified Catholic Health Beechwood as a developer partner to revitalize 450 Myrtle. I also did want to share that through the process and the journey of Beechwood collaborating with stakeholders in this potential development, that through their collaboration with members of the Port Jefferson community, Catholic Health and St. Charles Hospital learned about the fire department's interest in one of our other parcels. We are in the early stages of discussing this directly with the fire department, and we look forward to supporting this potential project. The parcel is located where the Crayon building was and is directly adjacent to our employee parking lot. Both Catholic Health and the fire department require substantial time to explore this. We look forward to supporting the village's essential services to ensure resiliency for our community and remain a partner for everyone in Port Jefferson. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
when the RFP came out, Beechwood was one of the people that submitted to it. Our application was for sale homes. Our research indicated that the village had rentals, hadn't had a new development in close to 20 years, and felt that it could fit a need. The proposal that we presented to Catholic Health also talked about no IDA financing, and I just want to be clear that should this board approve the application for rezoning, even if the code doesn't provide, we would covenant that there would be no IDA financing for this project. There would be no apartment on this project. We would do a for sale development, very similar to what we're going to propose today for you. At the time of contract, the property was vacant for about 2 to 3 years. It contains a 4-story main building and 5 vacant accessory buildings. The total square footage of all the improvements are approximately 130,000 square feet. The property is comprised of 2 parcels, and I'm going to use 2 parcels which contains 10 acres, a little bit less than 10 acres. It's located on the northeast corner of Myrtle Avenue and Belltail Road, and it's known on the land and tax map as Section 206, District 206, Section 13, Block 1, Lots 8.1 and 9.1. It's located in an area of the village that contains a mix of multifamily residential and institutional uses. To the north of the property is property that is owned by St. Charles. A little north of there, after the split of Belltail Road, are single-family dwellings. To the east are 2 apartment complexes, Fairfield and Maple Crest. The density of those 2 complexes is approximately 16 units per acre. Ms. Elkowitz is going to come and talk to you a little bit and tell you how that came about, because under the present zoning, it would not be permitted now. To the south is a condo development known as Canyon Creek. Beyond Canyon Creek to the south is the terraces. And to the west of the site is St. Charles Hospital, and beyond that, you can see, would be single-family homes across the board going towards Main Street. When we were first designated as the developer, we met with the prior administration. The goals of the prior administration was to restore the existing building, to retrofit it, to try to keep as much greenery as possible in it. And in connection with that, we had proposed a development where the existing building would be restored and remediated and be part of a condominium association. The cost of remediation between the asbestos and the lead-based paint is anywhere between 5 to 6 million. We have bids to support that. Restoration could cost another $5 to $6 million. When we met with the prior administration, we figured we needed density to make the project viable in order to save the building. So what we did was we proposed 179 units, and except for the main building, we had suggested for 4-story buildings the rest of the way. It was presented to the community, and the community rejected it outright. Too much density, and 4-story was a no-go. We then took a back seat and decided to go from the ground up to meet with the neighbors. We met with Canyon Creek several times. Myself and Michael Dubb met with Canyon Creek to discuss their goals, and their goals were get rid of the building to the extent that it could not be retrofitted, don't go higher than 2.5 stories, give a bigger setback than presently exists, and also for sale, once again, nobody wanted to see an apartment building on the property, nor have we suggested some. Following that meeting,
We met with our engineers and architects, and we came up with a site plan. We met again with Canyon Creek, got their input, made changes to the site plan. Then we met with the Port Jeff Civic. And Port Jeff Civic raised some issues that had nothing to do with our site that Ms. Flaherty has just described. The action before the Board of Trustees today, as I said, is a rezoning from PO to RM moderate density. If approved, the property would go on the tax rolls, which it hasn't been since 1930, give or take. What's proposed, once again, I want to be clear, is for sale, condominium development, non-age restricted, market rate, which would have a clubhouse and a gatehouse. Can you just put up number 5, please? You know what, Ed, go to number 2 and 3, please. Number 2 shows the condition of the building currently. That's the exterior 4 pages taken very recently. And go to number 3, please. That's the interior of the main building. The main building has asbestos, lead-based paint, and mold. As you can see, this is a fair representation of the condition of the building. Let's go back to number 5, please. Our market for these units are those people in the village, close by the village, that no longer want a single-family home. They want the benefit of home ownership. They don't want to have to take care of the outside. They don't want to have to take care of the grounds. They don't want to take care of snow removal. Therefore, the development proposed is going to be a condominium within a condominium association, and the condominium association will take care of all of those. Each owner of a unit will be a member of the condominium association. In addition, because of our proximity to the hospitals, we expect that we would have some young families. Now, this is not going to be an age-restricted community, meaning not restricted to seniors, any age is welcome. And based upon the data out there, the Rutgers Institute, as well as our experience, notwithstanding the fact that it's non-age restricted, we anticipate the total number of school children to be anywhere from 6 to 10 because of the number of bedrooms and based upon the research. We have experience with a development approximately twice the size of this recently in Kings Park, had 139 units. There were only 4 school children. So the point is, it's going to be open to all, but because it's going to be condominium, we fully expect the local community and purchases to come from them, and thereupon their houses will also be then sold, and new blood will come in the form of younger families at that point. Typically, the way Beechwood works is, if we get the approval, we put up a sign on the property. We create a VIP list, which is really comprised of those in the local community. Before we go out to public on marketing, we work the VIP list naturally, and so therefore, while there is not a preference, based upon experience, the majority of residents, and in some cases we hit 40 to 50%, are from the exact surrounding community. As I explained before, I don't believe the code restricts, if you were to grant this zoning to RM, I do not believe it restricts whether we could do an apartment building or not. We want to be clear. We are not doing an apartment building. We will covenant to that. And speaking to some people at the public, they said Beechwood has done some luxury rentals. How do we know you're not going to switch? We're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we're going to put it in the approval. We're going to put a covenant against the property. Therefore, it cannot change without going for the board and without making the case for that. As shown, there's 14 buildings. There are 25 townhouses, which is a unit that is up and below. Michael Dove will show you that. And there will also be flats, which is 1/1. Each unit is going to have their own garage and their own driveway. A townhouse is going to have a 2-car garage and a 2-car driveway. Parking, which is very important to these developments, the code requirement is 158, and we propose 250 parking spaces. The reason being is not everybody that that has a garage is going to use it for their car, so we want to have as much parking as possible. Stormwater runoff is to be collected on-site and recharged on-site via subsurface drainage system in the form of catch basins and dry wells. Kevin Walsh will come up and describe that to you a little bit more in depth. The internal roadway, the gatehouse, the exterior of the homes, the landscaping, the snow removal, that will all be done by the condominium association. No village services will be used for those items. We anticipate, based upon recent communities, that the annual amount of common charges for the condominium would be approximately $6,000 to $6,500, which would equate to about $510 to $520 a month. I do caution that, as this village is aware and everybody else, insurance is sky high. We are estimating it based upon insurance as presently there. The property, as I explained, is not on the tax rolls. The day of the closing, it will be conveyed to Beechwood. It will be put back on the tax rolls. We anticipate the taxes will average around $10,000 per unit. Now, there's a mixture of 1-story flats and 2-story townhouses. Right now, there's 25 to 25 townhouses, 54 flats. To that change a little bit. It'll change a little bit, but approximately $10,000 per year. Of the $10,000, we anticipate $1,300 coming to the village. Presently, there is nothing being paid to the village by. We're going to comply with the Long Island Workforce Housing Act. Along Myrtle, it's slope, you're looking up. Towards the south part of the property, the southwest part of the property, the slope starts out at 58 feet, and then as you go north, it goes down to 8 feet. On Belterre Road, you are looking down, and right where the pointer is on the southerly side, it is approximately 17 feet going north to 6 feet. The reason I talk about the slopes is 2 reasons. Number one, if you go by the property presently, you probably wouldn't see along Myrtle any structure. Along Belterre, you might see a little bit. What we propose is doing additional landscaping. Again, this would be at the site plan phase, and we would expand the greenery both on Myrtle and the south part of the homes, as well as on Belterre. So there'll be an additional green buffer to what exists presently. Ed, can you go to number 6, please? The area on the southwest side, right there, is area that is approximately, I would say, 3/4 of an acre. We have designed this plan to build where the property has been disturbed. Where there are presently trees, we want the trees to remain. As a result, with that area not being developed, we're requesting a number of variances. The variances are area variances in total. The variances are similar to what's across the street as far as setback from the road. One of the variances is at the frontage right at the top of the property, and that variance is, the depth is 105 when the code requires 200. That is a pre-existing non-conforming use. The property is irregular. Can't change that. So therefore, to fit and to save the greenery, we propose that variance, which again is not, is existing currently. We also propose setbacks along Belterre and along Myrtle. We comply with the majority on the southerly side of Myrtle, but as going close, you can see that little area. Again, Had we developed on that area southwesterly, in all likelihood, we could have eliminated some variances. The setback on Belterre and the setback on Myrtle is around 58 feet. Code requires 75. I just want to point out that because it's an irregular shape, both Belterre and Myrtle are considered front yards. If they were considered side yards, we would comply, because the requirement for side yards in this district is 50 foot on one side, 110 on both. We would exceed that. There's variance requested on usable open space. In lieu there, the code requires $1,500 per unit against the square footage seeking a credit. We're not seeking a credit. Because of this area, we are going to pay the full $1,500 for open space to the village. At the planning board work session that we had last week, we were able to present our case to the planning board. After presentation, there were questions, there were discussions amongst the board members. We weren't able to answer because it wasn't permitted. So I want to clarify a couple of things that went on there. There was a discussion of over-intensification, and I want to be clear that over-intensification is when you have an increased yield beyond what the code permits, and it affects negatively either traffic or utilities or something to that effect. This is not the case here. Over-intensification isn't a standard engineering term. It generally relies on increasing density on a parcel of land in a way that generates new or greater impacts than previously existed. The original structure that presently exists has a total of 125,000 square feet, and based upon records of St. Charles, we were informed that on a given day, there could be 411 people on that site. Clearly, the traffic, and Pat Lenahan will address that, clearly the traffic is going to be less with the 79. In addition, we are not seeking an increase in density. We're asking for variances in order to comply and keep the westerly boundary on the site, which is Myrtle Avenue, and the easterly boundary on Belterre in its exact use. Once again, we only seek to build on the property that has already been developed, and or there could be a parking lot or what have you on there. I wanted to give the board a little background. At this point, I'm going to have our professionals come up. I've asked them to be somewhat brief and hit the issues that I believe you folks will be interested in. If they don't cover your questions, naturally we're here to answer any questions that you or the public might have. First up, I'm going to ask Terry Elkowitz to come in. Once again, Terry is going to talk about the comp plan, about the prior zoning. I believe she might hit on intensification. Following Terry, Kevin Walsh will come up to describe the site plan. On the site plan, we're going to concentrate on drainage because I'm sure that's important to you. And then Pat Lenahan is going to come in traffic. One last thing I just want to bring to the board's attention. Going in, we walked the property. We saw what was improved, what was developed, what hasn't been developed. We've tried very hard to limit the development. We also know, as being in the village for the last 2 years, that sidewalks and walkability are very important to the village. There currently is on the easterly side of Belterre Road a sidewalk. There is not a sidewalk on the westerly side on Belterre Road. On Myrtle, there's no sidewalk on the easterly side of Myrtle. We need to weigh the difference between whether you want a sidewalk or whether we retain vegetation. During site plan, should the board, this board or the planning board request it, we can put in a sidewalk. It all depends upon what your preference is. Is it to save trees or is it to have more walkability? We can do a crosswalk across the top that Pat's going to talk about very briefly that will incorporate this development, the front, to Belterre Road. We're here before you for a rezoning. From this, we seek variances and we go for the site plan approval. We expect input throughout the way. There are going to be changes. This is a concept plan. We did design it for engineering because naturally you want to know about drainage, about 100-year storms that occur every 10 years, about sidewalks, mostly about vegetation. So we wanted to come to you with that commitment. I'm going to ask Terry to come up and address you briefly.
Good evening, Mayor Shepro and members of the board. My name is Terry Elkowitz. I'm an environmental and planning consultant, and I've been practicing for approximately 40 years. I'm a senior principal at VHB with offices at 100 Motor Parkway in Hop Hop. Our office was responsible for preparing the expanded environmental assessment and the responses to site plan comments that are before you tonight, as well as all of the plans. And as Mr. Rosenberg said, I've been asked to just come up and very briefly talk to you about a few key issues, one of which is how this proposed rezoning and proposed development conforms to relevant recommendations in your comprehensive plan. Because as the board I'm sure is aware, that your zoning actions are supposed to comport with your comprehensive plan. So one of the first things that your comprehensive plan says in its vision statement is to create a range of housing types and opportunities for different household incomes. Over the past several years, and in furtherance of that vision, there have been a number of rental developments that have occurred, particularly in Upper Port Jefferson, including affordable rentals. But there have been very few ownership condominium developments that have been created in the village, which translates to relatively few opportunities for Port Jeff residents who may wish to sell their homes, buy a condominium, and remain in the village. And the expanded environmental assessment includes data from 2025 that documents a significant decline in available ownership condominium properties for sale, not only in Port Jeff, but throughout Long Island. And the Long Island data shows that there's been a 26.4% decline in available condominiums for sale between the first quarter of 2024 and the first quarter of 2025. And there's also been a 13.6% reduction in the number of days that a listing remains on the market for that same period. So there is no question that there is a need for this type of housing, not only on Long Island, but also in Port Jefferson, and that this is documented in your comprehensive plan. Your comprehensive plan also provides specific, what is called preferred land uses in the Belterre Road corridor between St. Charles Hospital and Mather Hospital. And your comprehensive plan specifically says there are a number of apartment complexes and medical offices along Belterre Road. This district has grown into a medical office and apartment corridor. These uses should be encouraged between the two hospitals. Thus, I respectfully submit that this redevelopment for multifamily ownership condominiums furthers this recommendation. And not only does this change of zone comport with relevant recommendations in your comprehensive plan, but it also serves as an effective transition between the institutional use to the north of St. Charles Hospital and the residential uses that are around us. The terraces, as well as Canyon Creek, and the apartments across the street of Fairfield and Maple Crest. So when you look at this entire corridor, and you look, even though this is zoned PO, when we did this research and we were evaluating the appropriateness of this proposed change of zone, we inquired to the village as to how Maple Crest and Fairfield could actually exist in a PO district. And working with your planning director and others, we submitted a Freedom of Information request. And we found that your PO district, when Maple Crest and Fairfield were developed, your PO district was actually a PO apartment district that allowed development that is, as Mr. Rosenberg has said, in excess of 15 units per acre. So in my opinion, this proposed development conforms with specific recommendations in your comp plan and is also an appropriate land use for this specific area. Mr. Rosenberg also talked about the over-intensification of use. And I've been a planner for many, many years. Over-intensification relates not only to land, but we will talk about that, but also to utilization of the land. And Mr. Rosenberg talked a little bit about the fact that based on the information we were provided by St. Charles, in its heyday, there were over 410 people that were on and off that site between resident students, day students, resident faculty and staff, and day faculty and staff. The Village of Port Jeff has a population density, according to the census, of approximately 7,900 people. And you have approximately 3,400 housing units. So when you do the division, you have a population density of about 2.3 persons per household. Now, the census data also shows that over 37% of the houses in Port Jeff, the housing units, are 4 bedrooms or more. So if I were to use that 2.3 persons per household to calculate how many residents you would expect at this development, it would be an overestimate because what Beechwood is proposing are 2 and 3 bedroom units. But if we were to arguably use that and come up with a conservative estimate, you would have approximately 182 residents here. So even if those residents were to have guests during the day, you would still have less intensity of use of this site than you did when the Mary Haven facility was fully occupied and operational. The second factor that we looked at was actual utilization of land, right? And Mr. Rosenberg has spoken to you a little bit about the variances. And these variances, as Mr. Rosenberg said, fall into a few categories. Some of them relate to the existing property, which is currently in the PO zone, and is now we're asking to go into the RM zone, not complying because of its configuration with RM requirements. For example, Mr. Rosenberg talked to you about the minimum lot depth. You need 200 feet throughout the lot. This lot, the majority of the lot is 200 feet, but in a few areas, including at the narrowest point at the north, it's 105.33 feet. That proposed variance has nothing to do with an intensity of the use. It's just a configuration. Mr. Rosenberg also talked to you about front yard setbacks. In the RM district, 75 feet are required, and he explained to you that we have 58 feet on Belterre and approximately 55.85 for Myrtle. That's the RM requirement. The existing PO district, however, allows 40 feet, not 75. So if I were to use this site and develop it for PO, which we know there's not a demand for, but if I were to do that, my over 55 and 58 feet would conform with the existing PO district. So the argument that asking for what would conform now to the existing code and not conform because of the RM has nothing to do with an over-intensification of the use of the property. There's also a minimum distance between principal buildings. On this site, because of what we're proposing, 52.5 feet are required, and we're providing 25 feet. Now, we could get rid of that variance, as Mr. Rosenberg said, just by spreading out the buildings. However, Beechwood has committed to the village that it would not clear and develop in areas that were not previously developed in order to minimize environmental impacts and to ensure that the development is compact. So respectfully, this doesn't create an intensification of use because we could conform. We're choosing not to become less environmentally impactful through this development. So I'm not going to go through every one of the variances, and all of the information is explained in the expanded environmental assessment. So in conclusion, this proposed change of zone and the development that Beechwood is putting forth before you today conforms with your comprehensive plan. It is an optimal land use from my perspective at this location because it provides an adequate plan transition and it would not be an over-intensification of land use. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to respond to them. Thank you.
I have a question, Terry.
Sure.
Just quick, you provided some history on the apartments on the east side of Beltair Road.
Yes.
Do you by any chance know when they were built?
In the 70s. I don't have the exact date with me, but I can provide you with this. Actually, I believe the COs are in my expanded environmental assessment, but I can
So
provide
it
it.
was post-incorporation.
It was 1970s, yes.
And the village doesn't have combined PO and RM code anymore.
No, it used to be professional office apartments, and at some point, it was changed to just professional office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
We interrupt this important meeting for adding changes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. Kevin Walsh from BHP Engineering. I'm Chief Engineer of the Hop Hog Office, and I've been overseeing the development of the site plan that you have here. What I've been asked to do is hit on some very specific technical engineering issues that were brought up in the discussions and correspondence with the planning department. So I'll just go through a few of those specific issues. In particular, there were questions raised about the stormwater management situation. The site we have here is designed for a 3-inch storage volume as per the village code. It's a little on the low end of what we see among most of the municipalities, but that also does not take into consideration the infiltration that happens as the leaching system fills up. So the ability of the system to contain the 100-year storm, which is considered a 9-inch storm, depends on the combination of the storage volume and the infiltration rate. Okay? And that flow into the storage volume and out through infiltration takes place over the entire course of the storm. We're awaiting infiltration rates for this site. But the infiltration rates on nearby projects indicate that we would expect an infiltration rate that can vary from anywhere from 6 to 8 inches per hour to over 400 inches per hour, again, based on projects that we've been dealing with surrounding this area, and depending on the location and depth, excuse me, of those systems. We have not, excuse me, we have not done any of the hydraulic modeling that would look at the system filling up versus the system infiltrating, because we don't have that data yet. But in our experience, any infiltration rate that we get in the 8 to 10 inches per hour range is typically more than sufficient for a system that holds 2 to 3 inches of volume. And that would make it able to handle the 100-year storm, the 9-inch storm. As I said, we're waiting for that data. As soon as we get that data, we'll do the hydraulic modeling. Worst case is if it's a little bit off and we don't have quite the infiltration that we think we should have, we can increase the amount of storage above and beyond what the village code requires. At the end of the day, we have to submit the stormwater pollution prevention plan, which analyzes this whole issue, and we would have to conform with the SWIP requirements that we handle that 100-year storm. Okay. Moving on to the next issue, there were concerns raised about retaining walls and construction adjacent to the slopes. We might have to do this the old-fashioned way. Might want to grab that board. This one didn't make it into the slide deck. I apologize. But there's one particular part of this exhibit that I think will help explain the issue. And we're just going to need this for a minute. This way. All right, our human easel. will help us out here. So along Belterre Road, you can see, when we get this set up, we have a section AA.
What is that, Jeff?
Old fashioned. All right, we just flip it around to the board. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So along Belterre Road, as I said, you can see section AA in the top left-hand side there. And that shows a section through the area where we're proposing a retaining wall, which is essentially in the southeast corner only of the site. And what that retaining wall allows us to do is intercept the existing grade further inside the site than we would normally be able to do if we didn't use the retaining wall and we just cut the slope back. If we were to eliminate that wall and create a 1-on-3 slope, which is pretty much the steepest slope we can, it would require everything, clearing everything from the backyard to the property line, essentially. Hopefully you can see that red line that I kind of drew on here. That represents the 1-on-3 slope in lieu of the retaining wall. And as you can see, the top of that slope is pretty much at the property line. In that case, we'd have to stabilize that slope, but there would have to be vegetation, there would have to be maintenance to prevent erosion. And if it's not as good a situation as it would be with the construction of the walls, where we're able to meet the grade further inside the site, retain all the vegetation outside the area of the retaining wall, essentially the green areas that you see on the plan, and then the slope would be properly stabilized without having to worry about erosion and things like that. Along Myrtle Avenue, the section next to that, BB, that section demonstrates that by exposing the basement walls on those units along Myrtle, we essentially hit the existing grade, right at the grade. So there's no need for retaining walls, no need for steep slopes, none of that kind of thing. And it minimizes the need to disturb those slopes in general. There will obviously be some disturbance along that area, it's just the nature of construction, but the intent is that all work would be done from the inside of the site so that there would be no need to disturb those existing steep slopes along Myrtle. We've had...
have you seen those existing steep slopes?
Yeah, I've walked.
They're disturbed.
Yeah, but the last thing we want to do is start pulling up trees and roots and things of that sort that are holding it together now. Right. So, to that end, we've had some preliminary conversations with the Beechwood construction staff about this issue, and we're exploring some ways to deal with some of the details to make sure that we don't disturb that slope. For example, you can't really see it on this plan, but you may be able to see it on that one. We show some decks that protrude from the back of the units. Typically, you would have piers that would have to hold those decks up. So we're looking at things like designing the decks to be cantilevered out from the building, eliminating the need or reducing the need for those types of piers and any kind of disturbance within those slopes. The intent, as I say, is that we really limit and stay away from disturbance of those steep slopes so they can stay intact, and anything that Beechwood can do construction-wise to make that happen would be where we'd be heading during the construction of this project. Okay, we can get rid of that. Thank you. Roadway width was another issue that came up in our discussions with the planning department. We typically see road widths of about 24 feet in developments of this kind. What we're proposing here is 26 feet, and that allows us to conform with the fire code with respect to access for aerial trucks around the site and the placement of hydrants anywhere they need to be placed within the site. We don't know right now where those hydrants need to be, but we do know that the code says at the hydrants, the width of the road has to be 26 feet. So by making the road 26 feet in width all the way around, we can accommodate the fire department wherever they want us to locate those hydrants. I'll note too that that road width is sufficient, more than sufficient for two-way traffic, as well as the turning movements. As has been mentioned, this is kind of an irregularly shaped site, so you have some tight turning movements. What we've done is we've modeled the largest truck that the local fire department has in the turning movements around the site to ensure that they can get around easily enough. In fact, you can see in a couple of areas where we've kind of increased the radius of those curves on the inside of those areas where they have to make those turns. So it's been designed around the movements that those vehicles have to make. And I'll just say lastly about that, we wouldn't want the roads any wider than that because when you get out to 28, 30 feet, then you're basically encouraging people to park on that road. And that's something that will not be permitted in the development. We don't want to encourage that. Next up, we discussed emergency access and/or secondary access, which came up with the planning department, which the site does not have now. There's only the one access. But I do want to note that the New York State Fire Code only requires secondary access for multifamily sites where there are more than 100 dwelling units. So we're not required by code to have that secondary access here. That said, the only location that would make sense for any kind of secondary access here would be at the southeast corner of the property line where you kind of see the clearing now, although that doesn't align with where the secondary access would have to be. And there are a number of things that kind of argue against a feasible connection there. For one, it would require additional clearing of the buffer along Belterre Road, probably that entire green block on the south side of the existing opening here, which in the field actually isn't really an opening, but it showed that way on the survey. There's also about a 14-foot difference in grade from Belterre down to the end of that interior roadway where we would want to connect. And while we could figure a kind of serpentine route to that point that would keep the slope to less than 10%, which is what the fire code requires, again, it would require a lot of additional clearing, additional grading. In all likelihood, it would require retaining walls along that south property line, which would be right up against the neighbors and require removal of any vegetation along that property line. So we really prefer to stay away from that. And we'll note too that none of the nearby developments that we've been discussing have secondary access either. So it's not anything that's out of the ordinary here. And just lastly on the crosswalk issue, as Mr. Rosenberg said, Beechwood is willing to look at that issue. We're open to providing a crosswalk across Belterre or Myrtle or wherever it needs to be to connect to existing sidewalks. But we'd like the opportunity to work with the village on exactly where that crosswalk should be. There's a lot going on there, which Mr. Lenahan will speak to later on. So we want to work with the village to find the best location for that to work in terms of ease of use, safety, clearing and grading, all of those things. So that'll be worked through if and when we get to the planning stage of this site plan application. And as I say, we'll work with the village on the right location for that. That's all I have based on our discussions with planning. I'd be happy to answer any questions about that or anything else engineering wise.
Quick question about the Myrtle Avenue slope. You talk about vegetation. Is that an installation of vegetation?
Well, right now there's a substantial amount of vegetation. I mean, I agree. You can see through it. I've been there.
That was rhetorical, by the way.
Okay. There's existing vegetation, obviously, that's holding the slope together. What Mr. Rosenberg mentioned, I believe, is that we'd be looking to supplement that vegetation to tighten up the slope, provide more of a root system, screen more from Myrtle Avenue. But yeah, we would look to selectively supplement that vegetation. Anything else? Good.
I actually do have one question on the drainage.
Yes.
So even if it's 3 inches on village code, it seems to me that we all understand how things have changed, and we probably need to adjust that as well. So you're proposing, what are you proposing for the, are you proposing 3?
Well, We're proposing 3 on this plan because, as I say, we don't have the infiltration data that we're going to get before we get into the hardcore design of this thing. It's more accurate not to think about it in terms of the 3 inches. What we're going to be providing is whatever storage, and it may be 3 inches, works in conjunction with the infiltration rate to make sure that we handle the 100-year storm, which is actually a 9-inch storm. And as I say, that has to be documented as part of the stormwater pollution prevention plan, and we don't get that approved by the village unless it works.
And 9 inches is, where does that metric come from?
That's what the volume of the 100-year storm is considered to be, but when we, without going too far into the weeds, the storm itself that we use to model this is a standard model storm that increases over time up to a peak and then drops off over a longer period of time, and the whole thing happens over 24 hours. And we route that storm. It's not a static thing. It's not all of a sudden you dump 3 inches worth of runoff on the site. It happens over a period of time through peaks, then it runs off, and we look at what's coming in versus what's going out as part of the infiltration rate, and it will be sized, whether, like I said, whether it's 3 inches, 3.5 inches, 4 inches, it will be sized to handle that storm, that 100-year storm.
And given the increasing frequency and violence of storms these days, is it your opinion as an engineer that 9 inches is sufficient?
That model storm is a recent revision to the data that reflects the increasing intensity of storms and everything else. So in my opinion, yes, it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just have one question. Talking about the runoff, since the site's already developed and you're not adding to that footprint that's already been developed, would it be safe to say that if this property were to develop, that you want to do, if you end up getting to develop the plan that you have here, the only more water would be captured than what we're currently experiencing, correct?
Yeah, for one thing, I believe there's a slight decrease, I think I'm correct, in the impervious surface in the developed scenario versus what's there now. But the other thing is, if you make a fair point, we don't know what's in the ground there now. I mean, that place was built many, many years ago, probably way before the 3-inch requirement. So yeah, I think it's very safe to say that whatever we put in the ground is going to be significantly better than what's there now.
I mean, there are borings from 1988. Are there borings in this file from 1988?
I think the works also that he's gonna be reviewed.
Yeah, we'll have all new borings, we'll have current infiltration rates, done in accordance with the DEC procedures and all that kind of stuff, which we're around that.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor Shepro, trustees, council, and staff. My name is Patrick Lenahan, and I am the Director of Mobility at VHP's Long Island office in Hopewell. Can you hear me? Okay. As part of VHP's effort on the project, my office performed a detailed and comprehensive traffic impact study to evaluate the potential impacts to transportation associated with the proposed redevelopment of the former Marriott Haven Center for Hope site to condominiums, multifamily housing. This study was performed in accordance with standard traffic engineering procedures and practices and included in the submitted project documents. That study briefly evaluated elements such as existing conditions, traffic safety, site access and circulation, future volumes and capacity, and it looked at the intersections of Myrtle Avenue at Main Street, Myrtle Avenue at Belterre Road, as well as the site access. And those locations were evaluated during the weekday AM commuter peak period, the weekday PM commuter peak period, and the Saturday midday peak period in accordance with, to determine impacts that we would normally see associated with residential development. I want to note, it's been said a few times already, when the Center for Hope was operating fully, there were 100 students and 300 some odd staff employed there. So what we had prior would have been a much more active, from a transportation perspective, than the proposed use you have before you tonight on the concept plan. Regarding the nature of the traffic that will be generated by the proposal, just want to point out briefly that this type of housing generates levels of traffic at a rate significantly lower than single-family housing. It's part of the demographics of multifamily housing. The 79 units proposed shouldn't be equated with 79 single-family units. It generates significantly less traffic than a single-family home. So to gauge the impacts of the proposal, capacity analysis was performed for the peak periods I noted, and this analysis, which is detailed in the report, but just briefly, this analysis reveals the site's operation will not have any significant impacts on traffic conditions in the area. The area intersections will see only isolated and small increases in delay, and the site access will operate well. In regard to parking, the site, the concept plan provides parking in excess of code requirements. The site layout is configured to provide good on-site circulation internally and at the site access point via a ring road arrangement. Roadway widths are more than adequate to accommodate the traffic expected and has been evaluated to ensure that even the largest emergency vehicle can circulate through the site. So based on our detailed study, it is my professional opinion that the approval and operation of the site as proposed, and if this board were to grant the zoning change that could facilitate something similar to this concept plan, the granting of that zoning and the operation of the site as proposed would not constitute any significant negative impacts on traffic. I just wanted to acknowledge, and it was mentioned again, the planning board and planning board staff did have some comments, and among those there were comments on the traffic study and aspects of the traffic plan having to do with transportation. There were some comments, for instance, on the technical aspects of the analysis, where we will provide that board with some additional information. We talked about some of that at the work session last week for clarity on roadway widths, etc., which I think we answered to the board's satisfaction last week. There was a question regarding the location of the site access drive on Myrtle. We have it located at the location of the existing access to the site, and there was a question as to whether it would be better aligned with the hospital access across the street. There are some significant grading issues having to do with relocating it there. It would also disturb some currently undisturbed areas that we are trying to avoid disturbing. In my opinion, it would operate well right at the existing location where the previous driveway was. But if the planning board ultimately recommends and requires that we move it, we will. In total, the comments raised in the memo and other issues that were spoken about at the planning board work session can be resolved, and the resolution will not affect the findings of no significant impact from my traffic study. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions now or wait till later, whatever you would like to do.
Just a tweak on the times of the study, right? We did the study from 7 to 9.
Yes.
11 to 2, 4 to 6.
Correct. 11 to 2 is Saturday.
Okay. So those times don't intersect with the shift changes of the hospitals. Is there consideration for looking at that at those times to kind of correct those numbers? Only because, and maybe it won't have a significant impact, maybe it will, but we should have the information that is reflecting those shift changes are pretty impactful.
And we discussed this to a degree at the planning board work session. And essentially, our study looks for impacts from this development, not necessarily background conditions, but of course, background conditions are a key component that our traffic leads into. So your point is well taken. And as I explained to Chairman Tobias at the work session, my peak site traffic for a residential complex in the morning occurs between 7 and 9 o'clock. If the shift change at St. Charles occurs at 6:30, the background traffic on Myrtle Avenue may be a little bit higher, but the traffic due to my development is going to be a lot lower. So my intent was, based on that comment, to look at the traffic volumes back to 6:30, but I'm also going to look at what my site traffic is going to be at 6:30 instead of between 7 and 9.
Yeah.
And it will be significantly lower.
Unless
So-
they're nurses and doctors.
Good point.
Hopefully they're walking.
They're probably walking.
We got that sidewalk, they walked away.
That brings me to the crosswalk, okay? I'm gonna cover myself with a crosswalk. Yes, so we can provide additional information for sure, but in my opinion, we're not gonna go from clearly no significant impact to an area where we would have any significant impact.
And school is right around the corner, the elementary school, and the
Mhm.
middle school, the start times and dismissals. So, point taken, just would be maybe, I don't know if there's a plan to do it again or to relook at just those times.
Well, what I indicated last week was that I would see if I have, I may have some data that we actually collected before 7 o'clock that I can take a peek at, or, perhaps we run out and grab some more counts. But there's, schools typically, we catch a lot of school activity in the morning when we count between 7 and 9, but they tend to let out a little earlier in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, right? A lot of them, some of them, there's after-school activities and everything else.
2:30 p.m.
So, again, a residential development, if you were to go, in the driveway and stand there all day, I don't know, nobody wants to do that. But folks don't start coming home from work till 4 o'clock in general, in large numbers. So again, if the background traffic is a little higher, the traffic that's coming in and out of the development is going to be significantly lower. So that's the reason we use the hours meters.
Gotcha.
But we can provide additional information.
Thank you.
Did your traffic study look at the intersection at Myrtle and Belterre Road?
Yes.
Where the light is?
Yes.
Any suggestions or any changes? That light is terrible.
It's odd.
Yeah.
It's odd. There's a transportation technical term for that. It's wonky. I don't know who set the phasing up that way, and there was a little bit of difficulty in figuring out exactly how it was operating, so we could model it correctly. But once we have that, we do find that the levels we're talking about doesn't have any effect on that straight operation. But we can continue the dialogue with that, with the plan, as if we get to site plan.
That light also has to work in with the emergency vehicles going across the street over to St. Charles Road to the emergency room there.
Mhm.
Also, that intersection is wide at one end, and I don't know if the whole intersection needs to be worked on. Again, I don't know if that would be in the purview or not.
It would seem to me that this particular development of its size doesn't warrant, being saddled with that. That's my opinion. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, good evening, Board of Trustees. Good evening, everybody in the audience, and I thank you all for coming out and your careful consideration. I'm not going to speak in as technical terms as the staff did, but I'm going to give you a little background of the thought process and the history and how we get to a project like this. When I started,
Excuse me, We know who you are, for the audience.
Oh,
Please let
my
us know who you
apologies.
are.
I'm Michael Dubb. I'm the CEO. I founded the Beach Road organization over 40 years ago. And as was stated earlier, I'm from Long Island, live on Long Island, have my whole life, and work on Long Island. And thank you. So, prior to my starting to build homes over 40 years ago, I was a landscaper. And so I have a tremendous appreciation for trees, which I'll get to. But what happens, and even 40 years ago, when you start building communities on Long Island, most of Long Island's already developed. So the sites that we tend to look at are redevelopment uses. They're sites that have outlived their usefulness. They're sites that have in many cases been a blight, or have been non-productive, or have been off the tax rolls. Around Long Island, and predominantly in Suffolk and Nassau County, I probably built 60 communities like this. And this does kind of fit the bill of a community that would be replacing and hopefully serving a good purpose for the community, which I'll elaborate on. But adding something to the tax rolls, creating a type of housing that people need. And when I say people need it, the typical buyer of a home like this is somebody who's lived in the community, raised their kids, paid their taxes, and wants to stay here and wants to keep their roots in the community. So that is the typical buyer. Now, who are the others? The others are people who may not be ready for a house yet, young buyers, but not the majority, very few. We talked about school kids. These communities don't really generate them. And in this case, what was really important, and I believe what was of interest to Catholic Health, was creating housing that perhaps some of their doctors and nurses and employees could live in. So we basically take blighted, and I don't want to call this a blight, but I'm going to say it's outlived its usefulness, and the building is in terrible shape on the inside, really beyond salvage. We take this and we create a community like this, and hopefully it serves the community well and upgrades the community. So a couple of things were brought up that I just want to talk about. One was traffic. So we have a traffic engineer here today. To me, it's a bunch of numbers, a bunch of statistics. What I trust are my eyes. And I would suggest to anybody concerned, take a comparable community. I'll give you one. Intersection of 112 and 347. It was an old hospital site that was a pile of rubble for years and years. We replaced it with a community somewhat similar to what this would be. Sit outside the gate and see the amount of traffic it generates. The people who live in these type of communities, number one, a lot of them are snowbirds. So when they're around, the schools aren't in session. Number two, a lot of them work from home, and they're not part of the 9 to 5 tidal wave, or in this case, the shift change, which is 7 and 3 tidal wave that you guys have to live with. So the concern about traffic is, yeah, read the report, read the numbers, but use your own eyes and look around and see what these generate. I challenge anybody to do that. And then we talked a little about, and again, I'm talking in general terms. We talked, and there were questions about the 100-year rainstorm and what we have right now. So just in preparation for tonight's meeting, I went and walked the site one more time today. And again, I'm going to say, let's use your eyes. If you go and look at the site is, we're only proposing to build in the area that's clean, but the site has a general slope. It kind of slopes from Belterre towards Myrtle. And when we do the site, we're gonna take the slope away, so the water, right now, water is running down the slope into the wooded area and down onto Myrtle. We'll be able to take that away when we regrade the site properly. Think of it more, right now it's sloping and we'll have it flat with water draining to catch basins and manholes that will really contain the water. That's not the case now, so I think it will help. And then as far as the type of homes we build, the type of units, basically there are two types of homes we build in a community like this. One would be a townhome, typically, and it would be the case in this development, the master bedroom is on the ground floor. Upstairs is usually a second room, typically for when the grandchildren come. And again, so that there's a little more peace amongst spouses. And the person that occupies that typically is the person who lives in the home on a year-round basis. Then we build what we call flats. It's one unit on top of another unit. Those are all two-bedroom. And the size of the two-bedroom units range from about 1,300 feet to 1,600 feet. Let me give you the exact number. The townhomes, about 2,100 feet. So there'll be a mix of that product type and that product type only. There'll be a clubhouse with an amenity center, the gym, small swimming pool. It's contemplated to have a gatehouse, but interestingly enough, gatehouses are changing. They don't have to be manned. They can be manned remotely now. So details like that remain to be worked out. I can tell you that I really understand that what you as a board go through, these decisions are never easy. I built dozens and dozens, I believe around 60 of these communities across Long Island. I've never ever once left a community worse for wear. I've never left a community where the home values didn't increase, where there were flooding situations, drainage situations. Many of the people who oppose these communities when I'm proposing them often wind up living in them. So I'm here to answer any questions. If there's anything you want to ask me now, fire away. If you think of anything, whether tonight or any other time, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you. Any questions?
Sure. So just a question about the flats. Are they built with one unit on top of the other,
Yes.
Are there garages? Is it a two-car garage, one-car garage?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a one-car garage for the flats. The two cars are next to each other. So what happens, if you think of a box, we'll call it 30 by 50, but you have to take out 20 feet on the ground level for the two cars that occupy that space. We'll call it 400 feet. That's where we get from the range of, I said 1,600 to 1,300 feet. So the upper units are bigger than the lower units because the lower units contain the lower units contain the garages. So let's see if I have any technical ability.
Is it they both access the units out of the same doorway, or this doorway side by side, or how does that?
Oh, okay. Let me, here. I can tell you where every nail in the house goes.
We can use our eyes, Rich.
We'll try to help. Which one on the red? Okay. But how come it's not moving? Okay, there we go. So this garage here, there's a doorway, and from that garage it leads up to what would be this unit. That's why that's the darker color. And then the garage for the lower unit is side next to it, and you're coming in right through here into this unit. So they're side by side, but the darker area is dedicated to the upper unit. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. No outside access, only access through the garage?
Oh, no. So this arrow is where you would come in for this unit, and this arrow is where you would come in and go up the stairs for that unit.
Okay. And so do you get people who are interested in unit over unit, 800, what's the price point on these?
We're hoping to start from the high sevens for these units to $1 million for the homes. But the answer is yes.
There's a market for that?
Yeah. Sometimes simplicity for people, especially for the buyers who buy these, is better than, as was said earlier, taking care of a whole house. People sometimes, particularly snowbirds, just want to have a place to plant the flag. Anybody else? Okay, if there's nothing else, as I said, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I know it's getting late, we want to hear from the public, just very briefly. There was a letter from the Village of Port Jeff Architectural Review Commission that was sent by email to the board dated August 30th, 2025. There was a letter sent by the Historical Society of Jefferson, dated July 25th, 25. I've shown what the property looks like. I am going to submit a letter/affidavit from an architect named Jeffrey Gibbons Architect. We have no experience working with him. He hasn't worked for Beechwood. We asked him for an opinion. He's on the Southampton Historic Society. And he goes through his analysis, but he concludes at the end that based upon the published criteria of the National Register of Historic Places, the New York State Historic Preservation Office standards, and the Village of Port Jefferson's recognized district boundaries, 450 Myrtle does not meet the criteria for designation of a historic landmark at the local, state, and national level. I just want to make clear that, can we show the last slide? The architectural committee had asked that the bowlers up front be relocated. This is something that we can do. Michael's very creative. We committed to the planning board that we would look at the architecture, look at the bricks, look what we can do to keep the historical aspect, pay homage to the past, as well as perhaps a little garden, a plaque, a rock, what have you. But we want to work with the architectural committee on that. And I believe we answered most of the rest of the questions of the architect. My apologies for going over. We're sticking around for any questions that you folks might have or anybody from the public. Thank you for your time.
Will you be submitting that document from the
Yes.
architect for the record to the firm? Thank you. Okay, I think this is the moment in time when we can invite the public for comment.
Sorry.
Take it over.
Good evening. Barbara Ransom, but I'm representing the Greater Port Jefferson Chamber of Commerce as Director of Operations. The Greater Port Jefferson Chamber of Commerce in general is in favor of the Beechwood Homes proposed development of the shattered Mary Haven facility, which has been vacant and decaying for the last 5 years. The construction of 79 condominiums is a much more agreeable project compared to having renters. Ownership of said homes will provide additional revenue to our local business community. Potential families with children will help increase our school enrollment as the development has no age restriction for ownership. We cautiously expect full transparency in this process, and we wish this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And here you go. Okay, you're welcome.
Anna Kuzenova, honorable neighbor. Try again. Honorable Mayor and the Board of Trustees. I speak tonight on behalf of the board of Port Jefferson Civic Association. In this hearing, we face a watershed moment for our village. To treat the rezoning of this parcel as an isolated case would be a mistake. The moment a single parcel is granted a change, a similar request will follow, and cumulative effect will reshape the village before we realize it. If we allow the market pressures to dictate the future of these parcels, essential services, such as the fire department, will be priced out.
Anna, may I suggest you at least give this much distance to the mic, because we do want the recorded words to come
When I
through.
do this, does that pick up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, sounds good.
thank you, and apologies for.
Absolutely. If we allow market pressures to dictate the future of these parcels, essential services, such as the fire department, will be priced out. The few remaining sites available for such a relocation are overwhelmingly zone appeal. That makes protecting this zone a matter of public safety, and it is the board's responsibility to ensure zoning preserves these options. We want to acknowledge that the developer Beechwood has helped to open doors for conversations among stakeholders. But the conversations alone are not guarantees. The vast majority of suitable PO parcels are owned by private institutions, whose leaders have a fiduciary duty to seek the highest return for their properties. They cannot be expected to reserve land for public good. It is thus falls to you, the Board of Trustees, to safeguard the long-term function of the village. Make no mistakes. Market pressures on Long Island are intense, and once land is rezoned and developed, reclaiming it for public use becomes a far greater challenge than the zoning question before us today. We therefore urge the Board of Trustees to treat the zoning question as a strategic one. No changes should be made until the fire department has secured a viable relocation site, and the board has confirmed that no other essential services require PO zone land. This decision is not just about one property. It is about what kind of village we can choose to leave for those who come after us. One, where leaders had the foresight to plan ahead, ensuring that the essential services were never left to a chance.
Thank you. Can you leave that with the clerk, Anna, would you mind?
Good evening. Let's see. Good evening. Nick Akampora, addresses, my address as well. Nick Akampora, 201 Myrtle Avenue, also president of the Historical Society. So you'll have to forgive me here. I'm going to have to pretty much read what I wrote, but I'll do some additions as well. So I'd like to address you all. My name is Nick Akampora, president of the Historical Society of Greater Port Jefferson. I'm here tonight regarding the proposed redevelopment of the Mary Haven site, which includes demolition of the original 1929 Wharton Memorial Institute building, later known as Mary Haven. This nearly century-old building has played a significant role in the history of not only Port Jefferson, but Long Island and New York State. The building, preserved and repurposed, can provide the residents of the proposed development, as well as Port Jefferson, a sense of pride, and that can help tell the story that started in 1907 with a small cadre of sisters representing the Order of the Daughters of Wisdom. Their sole mission to help children with physical and mental challenges. While we understand the desire and need to redevelop the site, we believe preservation of the historic original building can be integrated into this development and be the focal point of this community. To be sure, we are advocating for the preservation of the original 1929 building, not the extension to this building or the standalone part of the buildings. In fact, the integrity of the building while inside, I agree, is been destroyed, damaged heavily by vandals, etc. The building's envelope is largely intact, and it retains its original architectural style. That is important to note. We appreciate the building developer's willingness to listen and understand the importance of the building and the crucial role it played in our community as an extension of St. Charles Hospital. Over the years, we have lost so many of our historic structures to neglect, unsympathetic remodeling, fire, and of course demolition. Many of these buildings played an important role in our village, captains' homes, old industries, and businesses. I could drone on and on about how much we've lost over time, and describe how our village has evolved and changed over time from agriculture to shipbuilding to a summer tourist destination. These buildings helped create the fabric that binds it all together. To understand the importance of this building to our community, I'm going to give you a brief timeline. 1904, the French sisters from the Order of Daughters of Wisdom emigrated to the United States to establish facilities to care for children with physical and later mental challenges. In 1907, the sisters arrived by train, escorted through from the station to Infant Jesus Rectory on Myrtle Avenue. Infant Jesus Church was not yet built. The sisters began their work the day after their arrival in nearby residential buildings. 1911, St. Charles Hospital was established to care for children with physical challenges, including polio. 1927, as the patient population increased, expansion of the existing facilities became necessary. Property was purchased on the southwest corner of Myrtle Avenue and Belterre Road, across from St. Charles Hospital, with the intention of building a new building. 1928, the estate of a philanthropist and benefactor, William Morton, donated $500,000 toward the construction of the new hospital building. 1929, the ground was broken for the new Morton Memorial Institute building, designed by famed architectural firm F.J. Berlenbach and Sons, well known for their expertise in specialty and I knew I wouldn't be able to say that word, institutions, and built by the William L. Crowe Construction Company. The architectural style is meant to conform to the general schemes of the present buildings, which means the original St. Charles Hospital buildings, and following along the lines of the Spanish Revival precedent. 1930, the building was blessed and dedicated on July 20th by the Brooklyn Bishop, the Right Reverend Thomas E. Malloy, and assisted by Right Reverend Francis O'Hara in front of an audience of nearly 1,000 people. On September 12, 1930, the sisters and 40 children moved into their new home. 1961, Ward Memorial Institute was renamed Mary Haven Center of Hope to acknowledge a shift in caretaking as cultural and community needs have changed. 2021, that's when Mary Haven was ultimately closed after 90 years. As you can see, this building has an important story to tell. We as a village should celebrate and take pride in our remaining historic buildings. It is possible these buildings can be repurposed. Examples include what I believe one of the most beautiful buildings on our main street, the former First National Bank of Port Jefferson, now Cape and Hale. Once threatened with demolition, now a centerpiece of our village, housing a retail business with residential space above and on the state registry. Another fine example is our own 1917 Village Center and the neighboring Children's Museum, both originally part of the Baylor Shipyard, again, repurposed buildings that adds to the fabric of this village. The original footprint of the building, we're talking about the red tiled roof portion of the building, is approximately 17,500 square feet, roughly 4% of the total parcel of the land, or 8% of the current developed section. We're not talking about the rear of the building where there was a later addition in the 80s. We're talking about the original Mary Haven or Ward Memorial building with the red tiled roof. This is an opportunity where we can work together to save and repurpose an important link to our past. It also, when we were speaking a few minutes ago, they referenced my letter. It is true my letter was sent to you, but it was talking about preservation, not that it wasn't eligible for the registry. The other thing, the only reason it's not on the state registry at this point is the mere fact we need somebody to step up and do it. I did that with the First National Bank building. So someone would have to step in to get that building on the registry, and I feel very confident that would be eligible based on its history and based its importance in our community. So in closing, it's important to note how important these buildings are to us, the remaining buildings. and we're not talking about full restoration, at least the envelope of this building can be restored and repurposed. You also have my packet that I sent to you, I think, last month. If you have any questions on that or anything else, I'm here to answer any questions. All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Shepro, Port Jefferson Trustees. I have no formed opinion at this time of this development. I have submitted a list to the Beechwood Company here. Maybe they'll pass along copies of the answers so that I won't be taking a lot of the residents' time. I support strongly our schools and was on the school board for 12 years. There are arguments to be made here, and I think they're positive, regarding the opportunity to bring parents, prospective parents, to Port Jefferson. We are experiencing, as our neighboring communities, a baby bust, and the opportunity to have multi-room condominiums, I think, is a positive one. I'm trying to get some basic data on exactly how that is to be carried out. I would urge the trustees to do their due diligence on this project. And what I mean by that is there's been some pretty bad decision-making in Port Jefferson in the past. We spoke, we didn't, I didn't. It was spoken here a little while ago about the apartment houses on Belterre Road. My recollection is that this must have been early 70s, if the 70s, but the density was extremely high. When I was a trustee on the Board of Education, there was a development that was adjacent to my own property. The planning board provided truly inadequate drainage for the property. Basically, the planning board also provided buffers between my property and the developed property, to be developed property, and my property and the school, and that property and the school property. These strictures, if you will, were neglected. The buffers were broken down, and in attempts for me as a resident and me as a school trustee to get proper redress on this, could not occur because the planning department did not register this property restrictions with Suffolk County and Riverhead. So there's a lot of unusual, let me put it to you that way, planning that goes through. Now, I am fully aware that there are legal decisions that say that if you have a planning board, you must delegate to them that they have the responsibility for this. But you really need to take oversight and responsibility yourself, because this is going to be an important development, however it gets developed. And as I say, the planning has been poor in the past. The drainage issue, on that property was really poor. They had clear cut the property, which they were not to do, and as a result, the root systems were not intact. As a result, the water draining across the property caused erosion, which caused an actual pond to form on the school district property, which never occurred in the past. There was erosion to the extent that I, as a younger man, could not jump across the gully, the ravine that was created. The cisterns, or whatever you might call them, were teacups. And there was a lot of problems with the planning. There has been a lot of problems with the planning. Just as regards, I think the development is attractive. As a trustee, I had advocated that we try to create a theme in Port Jefferson that would be consistent with the maritime Victorian history of Port Jefferson, and that was not done. And we just need to look at this. There was an issue regarding the state of the building currently. And to support what Nick has said, when I was on the board, there was well, first of all, there was advocacy to sell the junior high school building on High Street. I had advocated that we rent that building and got the Board of Cooperative Educational Services to rent that building, in which they completely rehabilitated it. I would suggest to you that the condition of that building was a lot worse than the current Mary Haven building. This previous school board had allowed infiltration of water to totally saturate the plaster in the building. You had construction workers that wouldn't even go into the building until a lot of stuff was changed. So I remain open as to the value of this. I certainly prefer it to apartment houses. I would hope that there would be sufficient units of sufficient nature where you would have children, parents with children that would want to move into Port Jefferson. We would need the influx of that youthful population. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce.
Good evening, Virginia Capon, 11 Oakton Avenue. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm a lifelong resident, as you know, and an attorney by profession. And I have taken a quick look at this project and been following it since its first production, and I think the zone change that is being requested really should be denied. And for those of you who know, I was the chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and the requested change is actually inconsistent with what the comprehensive plan says. We worked very hard to try and concentrate any additional residential development in the commercial districts, the C1 and the C2. We didn't anticipate any increase in multifamily residences in the PO zone. And I want to react to what we heard tonight, which is that at some point the PO zone had an RM component, and that having been taken away actually reinforces the idea that there is enough residential development already. How it got there, we're not sure, in the PO zone. So, and I want to reinforce a point that I heard from the Civic Association, and that is when you change the zoning for a single property, that constitutes spot zoning, which is actually illegal. And if the board wants to change the zoning of this property, they really should be doing so pursuant to a comprehensive review of the PO zone. We've got a master plan, it's good through 2030, but this board is free to do a targeted look of a particular zone and anticipate the consequences of a change of the zone of this one property. I think if it were to be changed, the zoning, without that comprehensive review, you all are going to be straddled with the adverse precedent that would set for the rest of the PO zone, which means that those small little professional offices that look like huts along Belterre Road could also become residential because if this gets changed on a spot-by-spot basis. I also know, and I think we heard tonight, that there's been a lot of planning discussion, but that puts the cart before the horse. The purpose of this hearing is to talk about changing the zoning, not engaging in the planning process that ordinarily happens. So the applicant has said that if the zone does get changed, they're going to seek a number of variances from other requirements of our existing code. And you heard about some of them, they seem minor. But when you add them all up, they're going to be seeking effectively greater density, less open space per unit, and fewer smaller setbacks, among other things. So I really would encourage a careful commitment to uphold what the code requires. And it's not necessarily a quid pro quo, you know, we'll get these variances, we'll preserve the steep slopes if you give us these variances. I think the problem here is overdevelopment. And while there was a larger number previously, and it's now down to 79 with a clubhouse, the Comprehensive Plan Committee was very concerned about overdevelopment and wanted it to be focused in the commercial areas above stores, where it's more, you know, suitable. This is like a completely different zone. So I think there are some burdens that will come with this property, and I would caution against, you know, the traffic study that was done, because, you know, we all live here on a daily basis and we know what Belterre Road is like. I think, Mayor, you mentioned that already. Those specific constraints of our community have to be taken into account. I know where I live, which is close to the C1 district, the amount of apartments that have gone up is affecting traffic at that general vicinity.
C2.
Yeah, the C2. So, you know, we're seeing it on a daily basis. I also think that, you know, the village will somehow has to figure out what the impact of these density, you know, these multifamily units is going to be on our budgets, because we are obligated as a village to provide services to all of the residents who are in here. And so, again, if you just approve this one parcel, that's 79 residential units, you know, a number of people can live in them, I gather. And so we have to provide those costs to the wonderful amenities that we do provide our residents. So there's a cost to us taxpayers increasing the number of residential units. And finally, I really think, and I think the applicant actually acknowledges this, the proposal does nothing to help our schools. If there was ever to be residential here, and in my opinion, it should be 40 units, and then you could have a completely different layout, it should be at a much lower density and should be designed for families with sufficient open space so that kids can play. And, you know, there are many examples of that actually in Nassau County. the small brick two-story residential communities with lots of green space around them and playgrounds. We need that for our schools. And so it would be a win-win situation. You would have more open green space and you would protect our student enrollment. We're not attracting families in housing that is perhaps more modular and more affordable than the traditional single-family home with 4 bedrooms. And I would really suggest that we dig down into this as a village, and that the board evaluate this as part of a comprehensive review of this zone, the PO zone. So those are my thoughts on this at the moment, and I hope that there's further dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
My name is Janice Rolfe. I live at 10 Inwood Road, Port Jefferson. We are the immediate neighbors of this property. My backyard backs onto this property, and I'm going to read, this is my statement, this isn't from our organization. My husband and I are immediate neighbors of the Mary Haven property being considered for a zoning change as requested by the Beechwood organization. As one of 9 residents whose property is directly adjacent to this property, we hope that you will consider our request to support Beechwood proposal. Beechwood came to us after we all voiced our strong opposition to their first proposal to the Board of Trustees. Following our meeting, they invited us to visit the site with them to view their new scaled-down proposal, which included demolition of all the buildings on the site. This visit also included entering the large building, which we declined because we were really afraid of the vermin and the mold and all the toxic issues that were involved in the building. We've been told the building has no significant architectural or historic value. I'm not an expert in this, so I don't know. I speak only for my husband and me when we hope that the building will be raised. This past year, we have seen and heard much activity by local youth trying to access the building. They were running across the roof, probably using the playground equipment. Fortunately, the administration at St. Charles Hospital, which has been charged with the management of the property, did finally add to the security of the site, and we are not aware of any further disturbances. We wholeheartedly support the current proposal shown to us by Beechwood and hope that requested change of zone will be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
Hello, my name is Phil Velasquez. I live at 18 Dickerson Court in Canyon Creek. I'm president of the Canyon Creek Homeowners Association. The Board of Trustees of the HOA has drafted a letter, has submitted letters to the mayor and to each of the trustees stating that we support we support the petition to rezone the property. I've come to know Beechwood in the last 2 years. I've had many discussions, and they've been very responsive to our needs and our requests. And I just wanted to let you know that we are in favor of this rezone. Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Shepro. Trustees, my name is J. Timothy Shea Sr. I live at 22 Dickerson Court, joining this subject property. I've been a village resident for over 50 years, a village attorney for 4 years. I've been through this stuff. And that's very well done, I think, professional presentation tonight. Covered a lot of bases. The only concerns I have, and I joined Phil and the Homeowners Association in supporting this petition. My concern is more not with how the change of zone, but the building of the project itself, which is planning board, site plan review. The use of the property on Florida, but I have specific concerns about erosion from the property going down the hill or perhaps off towards the south side and the west side. That, again, is a planning board matter, so I'm not gonna take much of your time. I think most of it is gonna be, I think this is a win-win for the village, for the residents of the village. We could use the development, and we could use the condos. I mean, after all, if you look at Beltair Road, you've got condos, you've got apartments, you've got medical office buildings, you've got hospitals. It's a mix. This is not a spot zoning. The zoning is so mixed. It fits. I want to thank you all for your attention, and if you have any questions, fine. If not, I'll take them.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Beisch. I live at 113 Bayview. I did all of this for 35 years. I retired recently. In that 35 years, I came to know Beechwood. We were in a builders group together. We were in a charity together. I know Michael's son. I know Michael for 25 years. I know Rich Rosenberg for 25 years. And I can tell you right now, this is a great plan. And you got the A-team, because not only do you have Beechwood, but I can tell you the second row is a group that is unrivaled on Long Island as far as environmental with Terry. This is the best site plan guy there is. VHB has become a real powerhouse, and I just don't see anything wrong with the plan. I don't see anything wrong with the zoning. I don't know what else you're going to do there that's going to be worth it to anybody. And I just don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, or I don't want the village to look a gift horse in the mouth. And I hope you guys can see your way clear to give Michael his zoning and let Beechwood do their thing, because I think you're going to be really pleased. I really recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, trustees, Ryan Walker, 721 Pine Tree Court. Full disclosure, I have no relationship with Beechwood. That being said, I am a resident right close to it on the other side near the elementary school. And I am not opposed to residential condo housing there. I also don't support the plan as it sits because I see a lot of inconsistencies from the last time it was presented to the time it is presented now. There are some flaws I just need some feedback on so that I can make a determination. I have a very open mind. First off, this is now going to include IDAs. It's great. Owners are going to pay taxes. However, correct me if I'm wrong, people in the Riviera who live in condos have some sort of deal where their taxes aren't necessarily full. If that is true, is there anything that could happen in the future, not by the village, but maybe by the town, by the county, by the state, that would affect taxes where we don't get that $10,000 that we are being promised? If that happens, I don't want us to be, oh, well, we didn't plan for that. I want to plan for that. I want to know, is there any possible way we're not going to get tax revenue out of this that we had planned for? All right, now, the last time it was proposed, I thought, perhaps I was wrong, it was about 197 units. I heard tonight 179 units, maybe I have dyslexia, but that was being proposed because they had to spend $10 million to save a flaming bag of poo, which is that building that really needs to be taken down. Now, understand, you need to make a profit, but we need to ensure the safety of everyone involved. So to say just because zoning has one entrance in and out, oh, that's fine. Guess what? When they did Jefferson Circle, that was one way in and out. When my road, Pine Tree Court, was installed, one way in and out. Then they connected the two. Why? Because for emergency vehicle traffic, they need to ensure a second way in and out. So let's go back to the drawing board, do both ways in and out, because that's what's going to happen anyways. You're going to pitch this, they're going to approve it, and then later on you're going to say, well, you know, the emergency services say we got to have a second one there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the 79 units and build them higher so that we can get our 79 units in and still get our second access. That would be unfortunate if they did that. I think a little bit more planning needs to go into that. And as far as $1 million a house or less, maybe 800 to $1 million, and to expect 50% of the people to come from the community to buy that, and then they'll sell their houses, hopefully the young families, they're going to need to sell their houses for what market value is around here, which is going to be around $800,000. Unless you make $300,000 to $500,000 a year, I don't see a lot of young families with children making that kind of money to buy these houses. A lot of investors, international, come over to buy our houses. A lot of people that need, want a second home, snowbirds, those are going to buy those houses. There isn't going to be a net gain of young families with this. So let's dispose of that myth right now. Next, as far as the pitch goes, I don't know science very well, but I know water flows down. And just because you make it level doesn't mean the water is just going to stay there. It's going to eventually flow somewhere. So when it goes to the sides of that level, then it's going to go flow down at a higher rate. So water's going to go somewhere. All right? Tell me where that water's going. I don't care what the pitch is. Tell me where that water's going. It's got to go somewhere. And unless we know where that water's going, I certainly don't trust somebody's word for it. Traffic, that's going to be minimal. I would like to see something done on this property, and I don't mind if it's this, but not the way it's being proposed tonight. I certainly not going to be the one of the residents that's going to oppose it and then say I want to live in it. Certainly not. So all I'm asking for is before you just, say, sure, let's do it. I believe them. Do a little bit of your homework. Ask a few more questions. Ask for them to tweak their plans to something that's believable. Because right now, I'm not believing it. My neighbors, many that I've talked to, don't believe it. So let's do a little bit more homework on this, okay? And 79 units doesn't seem like too bad a density, but if we have to give variances to make it denser so that they can get those 79 units in there, I feel sorry for those people who are going to buy in there. Maybe they don't care, but there was a reason those variances went in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Are there any further comments? Yes?
I was just waiting for everybody here. Nobody else? Okay. My name is Lois Fricky. I go way back to your dad in this village, and so I lived here all that time. And when we moved here from Nassau County, it was something brand new, and we wanted to be near the water because my husband had a boat and wanted to go fishing. We couldn't afford to go to Belvedere, so we bought a house just 1.5 minutes from the border here. So it was only 1.5 minutes. So we did things together, the village and the community where I live right there. I know Michael Dove since he's 5 years old. I worked for Long Island Builders Institute for 30 years. I just retired from there. I didn't retire, just from there I did. And I have to tell you that I have been walking the village and I'm exhausted, but I have about 20 letters of support for this project. Don't make me walk again. I'm tired. And I'll hand them over to you. People need this. You need this. What you've done in the last few years is phenomenal. since you've gotten involved and been the mayor, I know what you're gonna do down towards the railroad tracks. It's all gonna be redone really nice. The places that are here really nice, and apartments are great. But apartment people leave. They don't have, all that it takes to get involved in the community like Beechwood. Beechwood is unusual. They're very, very generous. They're very involved in charities and things like that. You would have somebody in your village that cared about the village. I know because we've been doing this for years. Michael was the president of our 501c3 charity for many, many years. We've done, I don't want to talk about the serious things that we've done because I'll cry, but he has done renovations for homes of children that were handicapped tremendously. He'll do anything to keep a community good. So I would advise you to be thankful that he wants to come here, first of all, and that he's doing a project like this. And if I have to go out and get more support, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Moving on. Applicant.
I have somebody's phone. Maybe respectfully, this is not spot zoning. As far as the other inputs, it's a conceptual plan. We got some input today to continue to go. If this board should see fit to approve the zoning, we'll be working with the planning board, with the architectural committee, with the zoning board. Really not much I want to add. I think we made our case.
Mr. Rosenberg, how many zoning changes have you been involved with developers like Beechwood or others?
I would say somewhere along the lines of 20.
And how does this comport or differ?
As far as this is more of a respectfully small town feel. Regarding this particular application, I think there's a clear need for it. It fits within, and I don't mean to dispute anybody else. It fits within the comp plan. It's going to bring in revenue. The $10,000, I can't guarantee the dollar amount. I can guarantee you no IDA, no apartment. We will cover that. This will be ratables positive, 100%. We know from our experience and the way we do businesses that there are people right now who want to move within the village and haven't had the opportunity because they want to own their unit, they want to own their home, and they don't want to take care of it. Taxes are different for condominiums. It's about 20% less than a single-family home, but at the same time, they don't utilize the services of a single-family home. Once again, there's going to be a condominium association. It's going to maintain the roadways. It's going to maintain the landscaping. It's going to maintain the lights. It's going to maintain the garbage. As far as open space, there is a dollar amount pursuant to the village code that goes in for the village coffers. This development will have amenities in the form of a clubhouse so local people can get to know each other, a little gym. But the whole part of this and the beauty of this development is that it's going to lend itself to the downtown area. It's going to bring in substantial people who are going to take care of their homes and spend money in the village. Just as a point of reference, I've had the environmental firm, the engineering firm do a economic study, and in 2 years, it anticipates the number to come in would be, I don't want to misquote this, so let me just take a look. Will be approximately $60 million. Once thereafter, and I can I'll gladly provide that to you. Once that's the case, the people in this development are going to take pride in the village. We've spoken to a couple of people that wanted to come and support. They weren't within the village. They live in Setauket. They want to live in the village. They don't want to take care of a house. And the price point, respectfully, they understand what the price point is, and they're asking, when are we going to go for sale? I think you'd be very pleased with this development. What Lois says, in a personal level, I have represented, I've been part general counsel for Beechwood now for 25 years. Before that, at my firm, they were a client, I know, for 40 years. I would not have left my firm and joined this unless it was top flight, where I could look people in the eyes and do the right thing. And I can tell you unequivocally, if anybody wants to check the website, you can see what this company is about. I think at the end of the day, I think would be a great addition to the village. And the other part that I just want to make clear is that this is a continuing dialogue. I know that as far as there are certain, we can't get everything right the first time, nor can we propose it. But the idea was to keep the vegetation, to try to make it walkable, and sometimes you have to weigh the two, and candidly, it's up to you folks. You tell us which way to go. You want a sidewalk, we'll put the sidewalk in. You don't want the sidewalk, you want to do it someplace else in the village, we'll contribute to a sidewalk fund. We understand what you're going for, it's just the topography is such that we can't say automatic. As far as the historical, Beechwood has, Michael recently restored a hotel in Saratoga where the hotel was in a shell, and then there was a new building attached. I could tell you, we know firsthand the expense. When you open up the walls, you don't know what's there. I could tell you that we tried in the Latch. We restored a single-family home from the 1900s. We can't do it without density. The density, the public has already said, no, too high, don't go 4 stories. The funny part about this whole situation is, you heard from several people from Canyon Creek. My first involvement with Canyon Creek was when they wrote an article, the reporter wrote an article in Newsday, and they were against the original proposal. We called them, we met with them. That's what we do. So I would respectfully request this board consider very seriously the application. It's a very strong application. Beechwood wants to be in the village, wants to be a contributing member to the village. And at the end of the day, I think you'd be very happy with it.
One more question, I think. What is the status of the requirement for workforce housing accommodation?
Workforce housing, Long Island Workforce Housing Act, the village doesn't have their own statute. So they incorporate with Long Island Workforce Housing Act. The fact that we are within a district, the sewer district, and you just reminded me, I did not say before, it's public water, public sewer. Just one of the things that I forgot to bring up. Because it's there, Suffolk County Sewer Agency has no jurisdiction on it, so therefore it's the Long Island Workforce Housing Act. The Long Island Workforce Housing Act provides 10% affordable. If you're entitled to a density bonus, which means even more units, or you can put money in a fund, you can build off-site, or you can build less than the approved amount. And we would work with the planning board to comply with workforce housing.
What are the chances of eliminating some of the need for the variances to get it to the point at the planning board level where they didn't have to go through, you didn't have to go through the zoning board of appeals for those variances?
For this site, it's impossible not to go to the zoning board of appeals because of the irregular shape. And the goal is to save the easterly and westerly side. So that's going to push over, and I believe we made it clear, our setbacks are the same, that's from across the street. The distance between buildings in the village, candidly, and you haven't had a lot of development and new construction, 50 feet between buildings, it's an awful lot. Every other municipality, we're at 25 feet. However, I will tell you that as far as the lot coverage ratio, we discovered that our numbers are wrong, it's substantially gonna go down. If there's a need for a variance, it's gonna be minimal to the tune of 0.5 or 1%, not 30.2%. Regarding the number of buildings in a unit, if that's important to the board, we will chop off one. There's one building that has 10 units in a building when the code provides for 8. We can eliminate that. As far as the setback and the side setbacks, that's where we need the relief. And I think there's ample precedent in the surrounding area. There's a reason why. And this is, again, I stress again, that this property is irregular shaped. And when you then save additional space, you're compressing it. If we didn't save that 0.6 acre, we would have less variances. Having said that, the top depth variance, the 2 side variances are front yard. If there was a front yard, even if there was a straight line across, those side yards we would comply with because we're over 50 feet on both sides and we total 110 feet. So out of the 7 variances, I think we can eliminate. One is, hey, open space, we're down to 6. 2 of them we can eliminate rather quickly. So I think we can work, and that's why the public process is so important. We got feedback from the planning department. We've worked with your planning director. This isn't over. This starts now. And for us, we have rezoning, then we go and meet with the planning board. I wish it was an open scenario where we could have had give and take like we have right now. But unfortunately, that's not the way it works. So we have to come there. But I think I could substantially reduce, even eliminate some variances due to the topography and due to the irregular shape. There are 3 or 4 that we need, but they're really minor in nature. And candidly, it's not this board going before the ZBA. We could make the case on each one of the variances. We just didn't want to put you through that pain. I figured between all of our experts speaking, it was more important to hear from the public. And after this, if there are any questions, I don't know if the hearing gets closed, if you keep it open for 10 days or what have you. We've had an open, transparent process with the planning director. We will continue to do so. And he's a pro.
Mayor, if I could just address a few of the things that I've heard tonight. I'll do it quickly because I respect the hour. There was talk about the grading, and maybe I didn't make it clear. When I stood on the site, just to your eye, you could kind of see the way it sloped towards Myrtle. The way that grading is designed, think of a saucer. Everything on the site is pitched to maintain the water on the site. When I say the site, I'm talking about the developed part of the site. So whatever we do will certainly be an improvement to what's there now. And then it was alluded to earlier, I'm very big in resiliency. I actually won awards for it and understanding the climate change and the impact on it. And I always over-design for rainfall. I'm terrified of flooding. What Christine Flaherty from Catholic Health was referring to in her previous life, she worked for the city and I was designated the developer of a big site in the Rockaways. And when the Rockaways was hit by Sandy, the 120-acre site I was developing was the only site that didn't sustain damage because of the measures I took. In clarity, that's what Christine was referring to. And I also wanted to respond to the comment about meeting school children. It's a common theme across Long Island. So we actually study where our buyers come from. And as I said earlier, a good percentage of them, depending on the site, anywhere from about 10% to 25%, come from the immediate area. And what that does do is it opens up houses with 4 bedrooms. People who don't need 4 bedrooms can stay in the community, and young people come in and buy the house. I can't respond to the economics of whether people can afford houses in Port Jefferson or not, but they seem to want to live here and buy them. And then I also wanted to respond to the comments about the building. One of the reasons I went to the site today was to study it, to see if I could take any of the architectural features of the building and maybe incorporate them into the clubhouse, use some of the brick, use some of the turrets. Candidly, I didn't find that many redeeming architectural features, but I found some, and I was trying to figure out how I could, save them. And I don't want to take away what was once there in its entirety. As I said, if there's anything I can do to save some of the features. But I did want to point out to you, and I wish I had the picture. You talk about this building, and it's debatable on the history. It is an old building, nobody's denying it. But across the street from this building is another very, very similar building with the same brick, the same roof tile, the same everything, currently on the St. Charles property. So it's not like we're taking away an architectural marvel that if you want to see something like that, you can't go across the street. That's the building that we're putting the cursor around right there. It's got the same red tile as our building, and it's got the same front facade as our building. So we're not eliminating what was once built.
That's our 1927 building. And housing administration and physician offices that I was talking about. That used to actually be the entrance to the hospital when it was built in 1927. And it was the same people that then designed the Mary Haven. That's why it does have that same roof, you're absolutely right. And the same, if you look at the front of what was St. Charles Hospital, it looks very similar to the Mary Haven School.
Is that where you recently had the blood drive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so nobody wants to take anything old down. The building's not on the historic register or being landmarked or anything like that. But it's practicality. And yeah, I guess if I had a density of a couple hundred units, the numbers might pencil out, but to try and restore that. But it's a behemoth. And I can't adequately describe, standing here, the horrific condition that building is in. So I just wanted to respond to that and say there is another building similar to that exists right now. And then just to get back to the conversation about variances, there were obviously, like anything else, there were big variances and smaller variances, significant and we'll call them less significant. One of the variances, and I can't quite understand it because I've never seen anything like it, is the side yard setback of, so we have a building that faces the road and we needed 50 feet between the building. We went and studied what's been built, both along Belterre and around the village whenever there was any kind of multifamily housing. And we couldn't find an instance where there was 50 feet. In some cases, it was 10 feet between buildings in the multifamily project. I can tell you the code throughout most of Suffolk County, everywhere I've been, is 20 or 25 feet as a side yard setback for this type of housing. So I don't want to debate, I don't know how it got into the code, but these are the types of things that, we're talking about. I think what Mr. Rosenberg was alluding to was, and I think it's the biggest of all, is what percentage of your lot are you covering? The code says 20%, I think right now, we're pretty damn close to 20%. Maybe a tick over, so there may be things we can do to tweak that. You talk about, well, what's the depth from Belterre to the backyards of that house, and the code, I think, was 75 feet or 70?
It is, but we covered all this.
So, we're looking for a little relief on something like that to get this additional landscape screening and everything else that we put in. So I think we can address, this to a satisfactory level, assuming we get there. So I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So I have a question. And I don't know who it's for, but if this property was zoned for this use, what would be the as of right of that property? How many units could we build on that property?
So, I'm gonna do this without my notes, so if you get too detailed, I'll have to get them. You require 5,500 square feet per each unit. So if you do the math on the 9.96 acres, it's 7.92, and we're proposing 7.93.
Okay, so you basically at the max. Okay. Right. And as Ryan said, if we were to look at another egress or an emergency entrance driveway, something like that, what would that do to the design or the proposed design?
You have to take more trees down.
Well, I do want to say this. We would have to cut probably along Belterre a swath, but I do want to say this. It's not a single road in and a single road out, because the roads, it's actually two roads in. It's a road in and a road out. So it's not, yes, it's one point, but two different roads. So there is, if a tree were blocking one road, there's another road, something like that.
Okay. And I know, you're talking about what Nick had asked about for the, for the building that's there. Is there any leeway, any feasibility that building could be saved?
There's a saying we have in my business: with your money and my time, I can do anything. But it's just not going to make sense to anybody.
Thank you. I'd also like to see if, I know a couple of members of the tree committee are here. I'd like to bring this back to the tree committee to have them, just have them look at it. And there's also members of the tree committee who are on the walkability study. So just, talk about sidewalks as we get to talk about.
Mayor, in that vein, if the board doesn't have any questions, Mr. Rosenberg, pursuant to our code, a decision needs to get made within 6 months of the application. So I'm assuming you would acquiesce to allowing this board to continue its due diligence and furtherance of the effort.
The period actually passed, yes.
I'm aware.
I'd like to keep it tight if we can, but yes.
And Mayor, I would like to formally acknowledge some correspondences. The first one in writing was from Virginia Capon. The second was from the Canyon Creek Homeowners Association. And lastly, I did receive a packet of letters from Speaker Lois Fricke.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it is now incumbent upon us to.
So at this point, Mayor, we have a resolution to keep open for 20 days the public comment portion of the public hearing regarding a petition for a change of zoning classification from professional office, PO district, to moderate density residence, RM district, submitted by Beechwood Port Jefferson LLC. The property located at 450 Myrtle Avenue, Port Jefferson, New York 11777, and known as Suffolk County Tax Map Number 0206. 01300, 0100, 00801, and 009001. May I have a motion for that opening, please?
Motion.
Thank you.
Second.
I was gonna ask if we could extend it out till the next board meeting, which would be October 8th, as opposed to the 20 days.
That's fine.
If possible. Appreciate that.
On the amended motion to carry the written comment period to carry over to the next general board meeting.
Closing on October 8th,
October 8th. Is the work
session, right?
You mean the work session or the next meeting, which is the end of October?
No, the next work session, if possible.
October 8th.
We need a new motion?
Yes, please.
We have a motion to,
Great. What do you want me to?
we need the motion first and then we discuss.
So it's a resolution to keep open until October 8th, 2025. Public comment portion of the public hearing regarding a petition for a change of zoning classification from professional office PO district to moderate density residence RM district submitted by Beechwood Port Jefferson LLC. The property located at 450 Myrtle Avenue, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777, and known as Suffolk County Tax Map Number 0206 01300 0100 008001 and 009001. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Did you vote opposed or
No.
in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, and now,
Mayor, just as a point of clarity, Mr. Rosenberg, that's sufficient to satisfy the public comment portion to be submitted by that day. I suggest that the board pass a motion keeping this matter open on the calendar for various future dialogue that we may need after the board reviews the public comment and the applications themselves. So I would suggest, if not anything but for control, the matter get adjourned to the next board meeting of October 22nd.
Is that sufficient time for the zoning?
It is likely not sufficient, trustee. However, it is our next meeting, and if we go past a certain time frame, it'll be incumbent upon the applicant to have to re-notify.
Okay.
Rich, very much.
So do we need a motion?
That's on that motion.
Yes,
Hey,
please,
Rich.
on that motion.
May I ask you to get that economic study out to us?
Yes.
That'd be good.
Do we have a motion?
To keep the matter open for future dialogue until October 22nd, 2025, the date of the next board meeting.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
And now our work.
That's consistent.
We're starting at 9:30.
You took it 3.5 hours. Yeah, it was a department.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take it, thank you.
That's the my glasses here.
Huh? Yeah.
They were up on the
Oh, so we're lightweights is what you're saying, I think.
This is where.
I want to say hello to these guys. Great job tonight. Very nice
We're not done yet.
You know, so I think that it's.
We're still on, right?
Yeah, we're still
Mic's
on. Mic's on,
Yeah.
camera's on you.
Don't say
I can change it.
Let's get
Let's go back to the
Alright.
session.
Get back to work.
Okay, while the crowd dispersed, we just gave it a minute.
Wait,
And,
we still have people.
now we have, well, the big crowd dispersed. We gave it a moment for them to disperse.
It's a crowd of two.
Not. No offense to anyone in the room. So, do we want to start a resolution agenda now?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, let's start.
Thank you. Resolution number 92425, resolution approving the attached minutes of the August 27, 2025 and September 10th, 2025 meetings of the Village of Port Jefferson Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 92425, resolution approving the attached proposal submitted by VHB for assistance with the New York State Empire State Development Downtown Revitalization Initiative, DRI. Round 9 application with the intent to apply form due by October 17, 2025, and authorizing Mayor Shepro to sign the proposal on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion,
Second.
discussion.
Sure.
Just after reviewing the attached paperwork, I would prefer that it is fixed fee. I don't really, I know the arguments that they made for it being time and material, but I don't think that's sufficient to incent us away from requiring that to be a fixed fee engagement.
So I think the proposal is not to
It's a not to exceed number.
and they will charge for hours spent.
Okay, that is what it says. They say they may spend
It
less
does.
than that.
It does say that.
Okay, so it is capped.
It is, correct.
All right, in their check marks, it just says time and materials, not fixed fee. So maybe get them to check the other box
We'll do it.
instead. Thanks. Okay, in that case.
The good news on this proposal is that we have an existing application that was presented in 2018. That was not, that did not receive funding, but that was close to receiving funding. Do you remember that proposal at all? Right now, our commercial districts, particularly our C2 district, is in a really prime position to be considered because of the apartment complexes that have been built already that were not built when the original proposal went in, and that's what the state looks for, the Empire State Development looks for when they're considering these applications. And we have a grant writer who is going to offset some of the need for VHB to do all the heavy lifting. So
That was actually my second question, so thank you for answering it
Yes.
before it.
yeah, they've just actually VHB has secured 2 of these grants. One was for the Village of Amityville, and one was for the village. Can't remember. But they've secured 2. And so they have the experience, the wherewithal to understand what the state's looking for and the relationships to help us get it done. So, and the timing is of the essence because the application is due early November And we have to sign our intent to apply by early next month. So it's, you know, it's an investment to secure 1,000-fold investment in our walkability, connecting our two commercial districts together in a real and significant way.
I would also add a big priority for residents too, that town revitalization. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so.
No, and I think to date, we've got a history of successful grant writing and we've seen the benefit of that. So I'm all for that. One question for council though, like they're copywriting all of the materials they produce. Doesn't that become our work product? If they're doing it, they're creating that content for us.
I would suggest that more than likely, if we're buying it, then ours.
Fair enough.
Ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 392425, resolution approving the event permit application submitted by Barbara Ransom on behalf of the Greater Port Jefferson Chamber of Commerce for the use of specified village streets for a parade, for the use of village personnel for traffic control associated with the closing of village streets, and for the closing of a portion of a village parking lot from 11 a.m. through 5 p.m. on October 18th, 2025, and from 11 a.m. through 5 p.m. on October 19th, 2025 for the annual Harvest Festival. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 492425, resolution authorizing the execution by Mayor Shepherd of the letter of engagement from Maven Appraisals for a commercial market value appraisal of the outdoor dining area at 105 Lynn Lane, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Discussion? This is, Ms. Warren, can you kind of explain what this appraisal covers?
Sure, this is for the outdoor area that is occupied or currently not occupied because it's under a cease and desist of the Ruvo restaurant who purported to occupy that space on village property with some purported authority from the former mayor during COVID and continued to maintain that space up until the cease and desist was filed. It's the first step in possibly selling that portion of the property, which is not parkland, which is certainly sellable and serving no real purpose to the village, but a very valuable purpose to the occupant. So that's the appraisal is the first step to move that process forward.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
There is an update to resolution number 5, Mayor and Board, to amend the date to read on or before August 15th of each year in the last sentence. So it shall read as follows. Resolution number 592425, resolution scheduling a public hearing for 6:00 p.m. on October 22nd, 2025 at Port Jefferson Village Hall, 121 West Broadway, regarding a proposal of law amending Chapter 41 Ethics Code of Section 41-22D, time for filing of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson to change the time of filing of the annual financial disclosure form from, quote, on or before May 15th of each year to, quote, on or before August 15th of each year. I have a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Can we remind everyone what problem we were trying to solve with this change?
Yeah, I can. So the ethics code, when it was adopted, the time for those who were responsible for filling out the financial disclosure form, or it was off-timed with the change of the vote and the change of the annual organizational meeting. So we wanted to have the organizational meeing take place first so that then those who were brought in as volunteer board members or whatever new trustees that were responsible for filing the annual disclosure form, we had the time to buffer between the appointment and the deadline of the disclosure form filing. Does that make sense? Did I explain that right?
It prevents new employees and trustees that come in the organizational meeting to not have to wait 2 years to file the disclosure.
Or
And volunteers.
Yeah. Mhm.
Or a year.
Yeah. Because it was originally, because we adopted the law at a certain point in time that didn't coincide with that consideration. So we're just changing that consideration to coincide with that point in time. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 6, 92425. Resolution approving the attached proposal submitted by Land Design Associates in the amount of $3,475 for the surveying and mapping of the west side of the clubhouse area at the Port Jefferson Country Club, and authorizing Mayor Shepherd to sign the proposal on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Okay, just to respond to Mr. Knopf's question about this, there is a survey done for the Bluff project, but it is not comprehensive to the entire property. So we are doing a survey that is comprehensive to the entire property, so we know where our property lines are at the country club. So all in favor?
Is this coming from the general fund or the country club?
This will come from the country club fund.
Okay.
Country club property, country club fund pays for projects and consulting fees that are accumulated by the property.
And did the CCMAC provide any endorsement of this spending? I'm fine.
No,
On this particular one, it wouldn't really bother me one way or the
Yeah.
other, but okay, it's
Yeah.
not, it would not be.
This is a village board purview, not the effective, the business of country club.
It's a municipal need.
But it does come from, that's why I asked the funding line stream, because if it's municipal, shouldn't it be the general
Over a
fund?
certain amount, absolutely,
Okay.
but this does not meet the threshold of,
It's fairly immaterial. And then I think this augments our surveys, it's just for that little section, right? Which is why it's somewhat de minimis.
So any surveys that are being done on the property are paid for by the golf club membership? So if we're gonna survey north of Country Club Road, the golf club membership is paying for that.
You want to answer that, Stephen, because that's accurate. Because the campus includes the country club, not necessarily membership.
The baby mic. Anything that involves the operation of the country club and would be coming out of the country club fund. So surveying the land that involves the country club and the facilities that are used by membership would come from the country club fund, which is funded not just by membership fees, but all of the user fees paid for as well.
Don't members park south of
You
Fairway
have the
Drive?
parking, you have the parking lot, you have all of the facilities.
So that parking lot is also used by the catering hall. So I'm just asking, so the fee, this 3,400 and change is coming from the membership dues at the country club and or what other dues do you receive from that area besides the membership dues? There's no tennis anymore.
Don't we receive income from the vendor
We do.
in our general fund and
Yes.
so?
So is the general fund paying for this? Or is it the membership dues from the golf course?
This is, because this is surveying all of the facilities for the operation of the country club and everything else, it would come from the country club fund. That would be the determination that's made. So there's more than just membership dues that come into the country club fund revenues. So, I mean, and this is below procurement, and it's a professional service. So you're covered 3 different ways to have this particular proposal.
So just for everyone's understanding then, what else goes in, what other fees are going into the country club fund?
So you have, there's cell tower rent, there is all of the user fees, so card fees, guest fees, retail shop, anything sold in the retail pro shop. So like there's social outings, you know, all of those things are not just membership. Membership's a big piece of that revenue, but it's not all of it. It's 66% of it. So there's still a lot of, there's over $1 million that come in, not just membership fees.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful to understand. 66%.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Resolution number 7-92425, resolution approving the attached proposal submitted by GEI Consultants, Inc. in the total amount of $47,150 for the production of annual East Beach Bluff monitoring reports for each of the 3 years and for the necessary survey in support of each annual monitoring report, and authorizing Mayor Shepherd to sign the proposal on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second with discussion?
Sure.
Oh,
okay. Waiting for me to go ahead.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to tell me it
it.
was okay to go ahead and discuss.
Oh, you want to discuss it? Discuss it.
Yeah, I do want to discuss. So, how are we doing, how have we done the last couple of monitoring, right? I thought we were doing that in-house. DPW was doing that. We're talking about the bluff monitoring?
The bluff monitoring reports are done by GEI. DPW has been going to the property to take pictures intermittently so that GEI doesn't have to do it.
Okay.
In-house. These reports have been done the last 2 years and submitted in May. They're supposed to be submitted in December or January. So what we are going, we're stepping into that timeline now, and that does also answer Mr. Canal's question of earlier, and that's why we're voting on this proposal. We are meeting, once this proposal is approved by this board, if and when, we will be meeting with GEI to discuss the parameters, and we have the benefit of the Erosion Commission and also our consulting engineer to ask significant questions at the presentation of the draft of the report. So they'll start working on it in October if this is approved by this board, and then we'll have the first draft sometime in November or December.
And at this cost, did we go out to bid for that? It just feels, if memory serves, we talked about independence issues, potential independence issues with GEI monitoring their own design. Has that been resolved in some way?
I think that the Erosion Commission and HADOC Engineering, our consulting engineers, are providing a serious review and evaluation of the next 3 drafts, and that's how we're resolving it.
Okay, so
And
we're
then-
asking HADOC to do oversight then, essentially.
Well, you know, the Erosion Commission will have an opportunity to review it before it's accepted. And their questions have been, you know, great.
No, so those are the 2 things that have changed, essentially, is what you're telling me.
Correct, yep.
Is we've got the Citizens Commission on Erosion involved in review of this, and we've got HADOC.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And the reports are required by DEC,
Yeah.
right? The
Yeah.
state.
Department of State.
Department of
Not
State,
DEC,
sorry,
it's
yeah.
Department of State.
Department of State.
Yeah.
So we're required under state regulators to do this.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Resolution number 8 will be tabled, so it will read resolution number 8, 92425. Resolution to table the approval of the attached proposal submitted by Terry Contracting and Materials, Inc. in the amount of $38,530 for labor and materials associated with the reforestation of the East Beach Bluff, with $25,720 of the total paid through the use of ARPA funds, and rescinding resolution number 14-102324, citing reforestation work to be performed by Coastal Technologies. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
To
Aye.
table.
To table.
The table.
Yeah.
The table, yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 9, 92425, resolution authorizing the Village of Port Jefferson Village Court to apply for a Justice Court Assistant Program, known as JCAP grant, in the 2025 to 2026 grant cycle for an amount not to exceed $30,000 total. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 10, 92425, resolution approving the attached letter of intent allowing the Village of Port Jefferson to participate in the 2025 county-wide hazard mitigation plan and authorizing Mayor Shepherd to sign the letter of intent on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 11 will be tabled as well and will read as follows. Resolution number 11, 92425. Resolution to table the authorization of the attached memorandum of understanding between the Village of Port Jefferson, the Business Improvement District, and the Greater Port Jefferson Chamber of Commerce for the purchase and operation of Placer AI, as recommended by the Parking Committee, and authorizing Mayor Shepherd to sign the MOU on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion for the tabling, please?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 12, 92425, resolution accepting the resignation of Zach Sapelin as a code enforcement officer effective September 9th, 2025. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 13, 92425, resolution hiring Joseph Ramirez, Crystal Lambert, and Daniel Bongi as code enforcement officers at an hourly wage rate of $19.31 per hour effective September 25th, 2025. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 14, 92425, resolution approving a one-time bonus of $9,000 for labor crew leader Jarrett Hafner as compensation for additional duties temporarily undertaken in the Department of Public Works. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 15, 92425, resolution approving a one-time bonus of $9,000 for labor crew leader Dennis Bernier as compensation for additional duties temporarily undertaken in the Department of Public Works. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 16, 92425, resolution ratifying the rehiring of Aiden McKenna as an outside staff employee at the Port Jefferson Country Club at an hourly wage rate of $18 per hour effective September 14th, 2025. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 17, 92425, resolution approving the check register and warrants dated September 19th, 2025, as presented by Treasurer Gafka and as approved by Claims Auditor Goodwin. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 18 is an add-on, and it is pursuant to the public hearing just held for Chapter 181, and expands upon that as discussed, and will read as follows. Resolution number 18, 92425. Resolution scheduling a public hearing for 6 o'clock p.m. on October 22nd, 2025 at Port Jefferson Village Hall, 121 West Broadway, New York, 11777, regarding a proposed local law amending Chapter 181, Peace and Good Order, Article 2, Section 6, Disorderly Acts Enumerated, L and 6M, and Chapter 181, Peace and Good Order, Article 4, Bicycles, Section 13, reckless operation of bicycles, and Section 14, impounding. The purposes of the proposed local law are to add beaches, piers, and village-owned parkland to 181.6L, to add sidewalk to 181.6M, to add bicycle, unicycle, electric bicycle, or scooter to 181.13, and to rename Section 181.14 to penalties for offenses, and create 181.14A impounding, and to create 181.14B additional fees. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Discussion. 181.15 required equipment. Is that sufficient? Bicycles operated on the public streets or highways of the village shall be equipped as required by Vehicle and Traffic Law 1236.
Sufficient in what capacity, Mayor?
Any capacity. I mean, what is that?
It is a law that exists on the books about what you should be having and wearing and when you're wearing a bicycle.
Do we want to?
Maybe add some verbiage that relates to speed. If it's going over a certain amount, it's not a
We can't
bicycle
enforce
helmet, it's a motorcycle helmet.
We can't enforce speed.
So here's my question.
Yes, please.
If we are asking them to enforce vehicle and traffic law or uphold it because it's required, does that end up in our court or does that end up in the subject?
If they write that section, it'll end up in our court.
It will. So, okay, I mean, I haven't looked at that 1, 2, 3, 6. So I don't know if does it make sense to bring 1, 2, 3, 6 into our code?
No, if we already say you have to comply with that. What it does is gives our code officers, if they have the opportunity, to write that VTL section as a conduit, because on their own, they don't have jurisdiction to write the VTL. It's more for our people than the police.
And then on impounding and so in the way this code is drafted, there's no penalties for reckless operation of bicycles.
Well, I think part of what the clerk had read was we're expanding on that section of impounding, renaming it penalties for offenses, A being the impounding and B being penalties for offenses.
Okay, all right.
Additional fines.
And so, and the other thing we will talk about is how L is sort of redundant to.
I don't think it is, Mayor. We can have that discussion
Okay.
offline.
There's no redundancy there.
The words are redundant, but in application it is not, in my opinion. And it's not completely redundant either. If you notice just on its face off the top of my head, because I don't have it in front of me, the one that's situated in the disorderly conduct section, which is I think 181.6, lays out mini bikes, mopeds, golf carts, self-propelled, roller skates, so it encompasses any way to move your body forward, as opposed to just imprudent operation of bicycles, which is a completely different section.
And defining bicycles and e-bike, what's the difference
We-
and all that?
We plan on elaborating, that's part of the event.
Okay, all right. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Resolution number 19-92425, resolution to enter into executive session at 10:11 PM to discuss a contract negotiation and the specific performance of a particular employee. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We will not be coming back?
We will.
We will be coming back.
Yes, ma'am.
How many acres is that property?
And we're good.
Okay, welcome back. We are back from executive session. Do I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, back to business, Clerk Pearl?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have two resolutions resulting from the executive session. The first one is resolution number 21-92425. Resolution appointing Christine Yasso as the village horticulturist at an hourly wage rate of $32 per hour at 1 day per week, effective September 25th, 2025. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 22-92425, resolution hiring Josephine Castelli as a senior building plans examiner at a total annual salary and compensation of $95,000, including the $6,500 insurance buyback, effective October 20th, 2025. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
And with that, we have resolution number 23, resolution to close at 10:49 PM, the September 24th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Good night.